Good morning. How are we doing? It's another glorious day for some monsters and memories. Pop out some chat here. Close that down. Move that over. All right. I don't know what to start with today. I kind of want to play the Spellblade. I kind of don't. I just haven't really been feeling the Spellblade that much. Kind of also want to get some herbs. Some herbs. Herby herbs. Oh, Herbert. I want to find out where, like, some good places to get herbs are. What's going on, Janky? How you doing, bud? I started getting these last night. And I'm not sure where all of them spawn yet. So I'm still trying to run around this island and find them all. There's another one here. Hey, what's up, Vor? How you doing, bud? What's in here? I'm doing well, doing well. Oh, no. Why are these guys hitting me? Why did those guys attack me and the other guys didn't? What the heck? Man, I've had like a slightly runny nose for 2 days. I don't know what's going on. Not sick. Only in that little tunnel, if I remember correctly. There's some more up top, too, that I aggroed yesterday. Yeah, it's really weird. I gotta remember where all these people are. Yeah, let's try to camp. I don't know if we'll be able to. I don't know where the mobs are. We'll camp to clear aggro, though. Oh, there they are. Oh, boy. Run away! Run away! Maybe we can camp over here. They won't get to us in time. Yeah, so I know that there's one here, there's one up here, and then I think I went up top somehow, up here, and there was a few. Time to endlessly mining to finish out the tier. Good luck. Good luck. I only got to like 160 or 170 in mining, and then I kind of gave up on it. It was high enough. I might have gone a little higher, but I don't remember. I just didn't need all the stuff that I was getting. It was just kind of pointless, you know. Okay, so I think if we go this way and then we climb up the scaffolding over here. The scaffolding. I think there was more up here. I'm doing a rotation on all trade skills. The worst part is actually getting the tailoring up. Tailoring is rough. Yeah, tailoring was rough because you have to kill monsters, and you have to kill higher level monsters the higher level you go. There's no way to like get tailoring stuff. You know, it would be kind of neat if they added in a way where you could maybe get like hemp or something when you are harvesting on herbalism, and every once in a while you would get some hemp, and that would be used in tailoring. Could be neat. So yeah, there's more of them over this way. More bad guys. The cloth or whatever is also used in bandages, which is a bottleneck. It is used in bandages. I mean, I don't know a lot of people that make bandages, but people definitely do it. Yeah, so like more cloth needs to drop because of the whole bandage thing. Okay, it's another one here. You never found any tongue over here? Well, I just found 2. Are you talking about over there in the where the aggro mobs were? Yeah, I don't think there's any over there. Okay, so let's go back this way. And then this time let's go around this way. Is there another ladder that I missed? I'll have to check it out. Do. I could go up there. Is there anything up here? Let's find out. Uh-oh. There's a named guy up here. 2 named people up here. I wonder if they drop anything. They drop it like it's hot. That's what they drop. I don't think there's going to be anything this way. I'm pretty sure everything's like inside of this little cove. Yeah, that goes out of the cove. A contrabandier. So a contrabandier. They are contrabandiering. Okay. Got a big old tower here, huh? Sea witch. More like sandwich. Good morning, 3 days in a row. I stream a lot. If you're talking about me streaming. But, yeah, 3 days. It's awesome. I may play the Spellblade some. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure what we're going to do. I'm kind of exploring this little area here. I'm trying to get some int tongue. We've gotten 20 so far. I want to say I found some outside of this somewhere. Did I? No, maybe I didn't. There's some right there. Boom. So we do have to come up here to get this one. Then we're going to jump back down. Go this way. I need a lot of int tongue. A lot of it. I think I have close to 100 Mage Bloom. I don't know, maybe only like 50 Mage Bloom. Let me think. I had at least 40, and then I got another 4. I think I have like 80 Mage Bloom, which means I need double that of Int Tongue to make intelligence potions. Using one-hand or two-handed on your Spellblade? One-handed is better on the Spellblade as far as I know, but my Spellblade is really low level. So if you talk to somebody that's higher level that knows more about the Spellblade than I do, and they say use two-handed, then they might be correct. Previously, one-handers were better because you get more procs. But I don't know how they changed that or if they changed that. Yeah, I kind of want to play the Spellblade some more. I wasn't having a whole lot of fun with it, to be honest. It was more so just kind of hanging out and chatting. I had a lot more fun playing my wizard. I don't know. Maybe it's that I'm just not enjoying the game as much lately. And that's why I wasn't having as much fun with it. I don't know. Or maybe it's the class. I don't know. But I definitely was not having as much fun on the Spellblade. Why is there a random skeleton over here? That's weird. I think for some melee DPS, two-hander is better at low levels until you get dual wield, steel weapons. It's very possible, yeah. Hard to have a lot of fun solo in general. I don't see you doing a lot of groups. I was grouping the other day. I'm almost exclusively grouped in my Spellblade. I got into a pug, and we were running around grouping for hours the other day. Good morning, Pity. It doesn't matter what I do. If I group up, people are going to be like, yeah, you haven't tried the game solo. And if I solo, people are, you haven't tried the game in a group. Happens every time. Literally every time. I have played this game in both grouping and soloing a lot. At a lot of different levels, too. Making an observation? Yeah, because I've mostly been playing my wizard a lot lately. So I was playing a lot solo lately. It's fine. It's whatever. People can say whatever. Is there any int tongue that spawns down there? Spellblade isn't fun. Maybe try Archer Druid. I mean, I don't want to say that it's not fun because I only get to level 7. So, you know, like a lot of these classes aren't fun at low levels. They're all kind of the same. Like they don't really even open up until a higher level. So, I don't want to judge a class based on the first 7 levels. Archer's fun, but requires some prep work. Yeah. I could see that. We'll do this for a little bit, and then I don't know, I might switch over and play the Spellblade some. I probably will. I just wanted to get some int tongue and see where the spawns are over here. I've got this, my wizard bound over here now, so I can easily pop over here and get int tongue whenever. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. This ladder's crooked. The heck? Some sailor doesn't know how to put up a ladder. What do you make with the mats you're picking up? This will make an intelligence potion. I mean, it could make some other things too, but what I'm trying to make is an intelligence potions. I believe the greater intelligence, which is 20 intelligence, I think. If I remember correctly. My wizard is bound in the toilet. I can gate there as soon as I log him in. Nice, nice. Yeah, I can't wait to see what they change with the wizard. It's, yeah. It came in pretty bad. Super excited for the changes for it, and then flop. Big flop. Yours is stuck at 37? Ouch. Yeah, I'm glad that I at least finished mine. Like, I got him to 60 before the changes. But I kind of expected that. Like, I was pushing pretty hard to get him to 60 before the changes came in on purpose. Because I had a feeling that it wouldn't come in a great place. I knew they had to nerf the AoEing, the soloing of the wizard. That had to be nerfed. I was like, there's no way that's going to stay in its current form. It was just too good. So that's partly why I tried to push so hard to get the wizard finished. But yeah, what we could do, let me how many people are LFG lately? Group finder. One group is looking. LFG list. There's quite a few people. I don't know how well I can solo on the sorcerer, or sorry, spellblade. I don't know how well I can solo on it while I wait for a group. So, well, we may have to check that out too. I'm just curious, like, I don't mind not being able to solo, but I'm just curious if it can solo or not. I think it can solo a little bit, especially at lower levels, because it's going to have its damage shield or whatever that's shield that it can put up. Can't be worse than Rogue. It cannot be worse than Rogue. Rogue is the worst soloer and has been for some time. All right, let's go. We'll switch over for a little bit. Got a little bit int tongue here. I can always come back here and do this whenever. Like, I can literally do this anytime. What level is Spellblade? My Spellblade's only like 7. I think he just hit 7. So we'll log him in. We'll see if we can get a group going or join a group or something. I think Gith wanted to camp some stuff today, so we might do that as well. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot to do in this game still. Like, anybody that's like, oh, I'm bored, I have nothing to do. Eh. You got plenty to do. You're just choosing not to do anything. So I was trying to make this guy 100% without twinking. So what was I killing those for? The giants? I was killing giants to get items. There were certain items we wanted to get. You know what I could do, actually, is make bags. I need bags for this guy. Which will help out. Because I don't want to have to deal with getting bags. So let me see. I don't know where I left Criddle at. Oh, wait. Where did I leave Criddle yesterday? I may have left him over in Vale of Zentar. Which is not good. But... I have bags. I have at least a backpack I can give my guy here. So we got Bago. We got let's get potions. Let's do this. Bags are the reason you're trade skilling to begin with. Yeah, it's a good reason. Okay, let's put in. Golly, I have so much stuff. All right, let's. Oh my gosh. Too much stuff. I need to use up like all these strength serums. Potion of the Grave Walker. I made a bunch of those. Staminas. Okay, so take those out for right now. Do have this potion bandolier. We could. Here, let's do this. A potion bandolier will help. And then we can get rid of this rawhide backpack. So we take this potion bandolier, we put this over here. Rawhide backpack, we open this. Okay, let's give him... We take the hide backpack, do this. And we'll give him at least the hide backpack for now. You know, so he's got a backpack. Not the best, or not the hide backpack. We'll give him the rawhide backpack, which is good enough. He'll have some inventory space. I think these serums of wisdom now, though, are going to be more useful with the update when they do the update. That's going to be good. Is there a shared bank? There is, yes. That is what I'm currently using. So we can get this rawhide backpack and stick it right there. Very nice. So this is the shared bank over here, this side. So you can put 2 bags in here, and you can fill those bags with stuff. And you can put coin over here. So that's the shared. Let me move around some stuff again. Like, I could twink this character out a little bit, but I don't. I'm trying to not do that. I'm trying to play it normally to see how it plays out. So I don't think I want to do that. Worst thing about P99 is no shared bank. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad. It's nice to have, you know, they have the idea, the devs have the idea for this game that a lot of people are going to be playing a bunch of alts. Personally, I don't think that's going to be the case. I just don't see a lot of people playing alts. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but I think most people, once the game goes into early access, will be playing their main character for the most part. Now, they might play some alts later on. But yeah, right now, not so much. Look at all this, like, I got to make something with all these things. I'll do something with it. Alts in MMOs require a lot of time. They do. Like, you got to go and, like, gear them up and stuff. You know, most people don't, like, make an alt and then just level it normally and gear it up itself. They play their other character to get the gear to give to their alt to power level that character. You know, that's, I don't know. What makes me say that? It's just how most people are with these games. I mean, people might have an alt here and there, but for the most part, people don't play. They don't play their alts a lot. Like, they really don't. Like, I've been around these games for decades, and they claim that they're going to play their alt a lot, but then they end up not actually doing it. See if I can get Speed of the Wild. Like, they play it, they level it up, and they just let it sit there. You know, it's kind of most people I know, just most people in general. Like, I mean, not just most people I know. It's just how it has been for decades. Like, I see it all the time. You know, I've been playing MMOs for over 30 years. Like, people claim that they have alts and they play alts, and yeah, it happens. Sure, I mean, I've had alts too, but yeah, the amount of people that play the alts consistently is much lower. You disagree? Okay. You can disagree with it. I mean, I'm talking about, like, overall in all the games. I mean, it's, you know, I've been playing these games for a long time. And I see people that are like, "Hey, I'm making an alt." They'll make an alt, and then it'll kind of fizzle out after a while. Maybe they'll play it for a little bit. You know, I feel like we're not talking about when you're two boxing, by the way. I'm not talking about that. Like, that's not an alt, in my opinion. Like, you don't make a character and then have a box character and be like, that's my alt. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about an alt on the same account where you actually have a character and then you have another character on that account and another character on that account and another character, and you just have a bunch of characters on the same account. It doesn't, I don't know, I just don't see it happen that often. Like, where people actually play them. Like, they might be like, oh, I'm bored, so I'm going to play an alt for a little bit. Sure, that happens, right? But what I'm talking about is, like, the people that consistently play that character, you know. You saw a boxer earlier, Dream? Uh-oh. Wow. Where are we going here? I'm gonna go over this way. I have an idea. You know, personally, here's how I feel about it, is if you're playing an alt, there's probably not enough content in the game. Right? Because, like, why are you playing your alt? Like, you run out of things to do on your main character? Or if, you know, I have seen people that are like, hey, I'm playing my main character. I'm going to make an alt, and then they just like their alt, and then they just stop playing their main character. Right? That becomes their new main character. Like, it's not an alt anymore. So I have seen that too. But You know, like to actually actively play multiple different characters. It's just it's not very common. Not common. People claim that it's common, but then I don't ever see anybody doing it. That's the funniest part about it. People are like, "Nah, I'm an altaholic." Okay, because you have like 15 characters level 10 doesn't make you an altaholic. It just makes you have ADD. You know, you can't focus on one thing at a time. You're just bouncing around all over the place. That's what it is. Like it's, and I'm not trying to pick on people about it. Like that's just what it is. You're not going to focus on having a main character. All of your characters are just your main character. You just have like this. You can't pick something. That doesn't make them alts. Like that just means that you're just playing the game, you know, differently, and you know, you don't have a main. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I should have bought a dang nabbit. I need to go back and buy a lumberjack axe. Main characters like your job, and your alts are like your hobbies. You have to do your main job to be able to afford your hobby. Sometimes, yeah. Currently, I'm playing an alt because I want Sal in the moment and don't want begging for it. So I'm currently mining. Wait, so you're playing an alt to give yourself your main character Sal? Like that to me is not an alt. If that's what you're trying to do, I don't. I'm an alt because my static group isn't around, or if I want to play solo, it's not hard concept to understand once I hit max. No, I get the concept. I totally get the concept. When your static group isn't around, you want to have something else to play. I totally understand that. But as soon as your static is around, you're going to go play your main character. Most people are only playing alt because they're bored. Like that's what I'm getting at. Like I'm not trying to say that I don't understand the concept. I totally get why people play alts, and it does happen. What I'm saying is it's not a super common thing to have alts and play them consistently. You know, you play it because you're bored, and eventually you're going to be like, okay, I'm bored of my alt, and eventually you're just going to quit the game. You're not playing the alt for any other reason than because you're bored. And if you're bored playing your main character, then you're probably bored with the game. And you're just going to burn yourself out for the most part. Like this isn't like for everybody. Like sure, there are people that like to play alts. Absolutely. I'm not saying there's not. This isn't a black and white situation. It's a you know, majority of players situation. People take offense when I say stuff like that. Like, I don't understand why you would be offended. Oh my God, I play alts all the time. You're absolutely wrong. No, I'm not saying you don't like alts. I'm saying the majority of players don't play alts in the main game. Right now on beta, there's a lot of people playing different characters, and they're calling them alts, and it's because they're trying out different classes to see what class they like. You know, like I'm leveling up every class to 20 to see if I like the way this class plays, or if I don't like the way this class plays. That doesn't mean you have a bunch of alts. That means you're trying out different things in the game to see if you enjoy the different classes, to figure out what you want to main as your main character in early access and beyond. Right? That's where that's coming from. Like that's not a bunch of alts. I also feel like a lot of people use alts as a look how cool I am because I have a bunch of alts. Same thing that people that sit in town that like, you know, that they'll get their character to level 60 and then they stand right here and they just go AFK for hours. Same thing with those people. You know, they like to show off what the cool stuff that they have. You know, and it's fine. Like if that's what you want to do, if you know, if that's what makes you feel special and important, go for it. But yeah, I have an alt currently. Of hating to LFG and having a character for each of the 3 roles. Wait, what? I have an alt to currently mine as I speak. It has nothing to do with using Sal. Well, no, you said Sal. It's. Don't get offended, Westmort. I feel like you're getting offended by stuff. You said, I'm currently playing an alt because I want Sal in the moment and don't want to be begging for it as I'm currently mining. That's where that statement came from. So you're making an alt to cast Sal? Like I was questioning. I was curious. Got to say, I legit wanted to try different classes in the beta, but in EA, I will focus. Yep, exactly. Like most people will. People want to try a bunch of different classes right now, and there's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean that they're going to be playing a ton of alts when the game comes out. No, this isn't for me, guys. Like, I'm not talking about me. I clearly play alts. I have 2 level 60s, and now I'm playing this character. Like, I am playing alts. Like, I have them. I'm just saying that majority of people don't play that way. They play one character, they level it up, they start playing a second character. There's a reason for that. They're probably bored, and they're trying to prolong the game as much as they can. But yeah, you know, it's just... Correct. I am not most people. You're absolutely right. I'm not basing what I'm saying off of me. That's the problem. Like, you're not seeing that, and you don't care to see that, and that's okay. Sure, go for it. You're clearly taking offense to me saying that most people don't play alts because you're an altaholic, and you're like, but I am this, and therefore everyone else is this, and it's like you're projecting that on me, and that's not what I'm saying. I clearly play alts. I am saying that majority of people do not do what I am doing. Like, I'm clearly not using me as the reference point. I stand outside of the box of most players for MMOs like this. Like, you got a majority of players here, and then you have outliers that do a bunch of different things. I'm talking about the majority of players in the middle. I get an enchanter to 14, then a bard to 20, then a rogue to 18, and a wizard to 37, trying them all out to get the feel. Yeah, exactly. And that's not alting. That's just trying out different classes. You're using your alt to sow your main. That's the part I'm frustrated. Yeah, you got frustrated with it because I'm reading and I asked a question. Like, you're frustrated that I made a statement and I didn't make a statement. I asked a question. Are you leveling your alt character? You specifically said you're leveling a character so you don't have to beg for Sao. And then I question, so you're creating an alt to cast Sao on your main? Question mark? It was a yes I am or no I'm not a accusation of what you're trying to do. I was just curious what you were doing with it. It's not an accusation at all. Don't put words in your mouth. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Not at all. You said not many people play alts, and I disagree. Okay, you can disagree with that. That's fine. What the heck is happening here? That was weird. Is that going to do that again? Yeah, look at this. What the heck? Has anybody see world terrain collision, missing collision detected, line of sight issue? I don't know. Is it world terrain? Is that what this would be? Missing vanishing items, trading, art. Let's do art and visuals. Missing broken textures. all sorts of missing, vanishing objects, textures when entering Ashira. Oops. Oop, this is not SGS, this is Shaded Dunes. That's crazy. The elusive disappearing trees, right? I know. You said not people else. I disagree. You're not the expert. You're using a they argument. Okay. You clearly are offended by me saying that not many people play alts because you like to play alts. That clearly has affected you in some way, and that's okay. Again, not talking about you in particular. I'm not talking about a specific person. I'm talking about in general, you know, like 51 out of 100 people are not going to run around playing a bunch of alts. So the majority, that's what I'm talking about. That's it. Literally, that's it. It's a very simple statement. Not meant to offend people. Yeah, I mean, some people do. They have main character syndrome, right? They think they are the person being talked about all the time. It's like, that's not what's happening here. Not what's happening. You know, when I say a lot of things too, and this is another one that people are probably going to be jumping up and down. Oh my God, that's not true. So another thing that I say is majority of players that or people that watch Twitch, watch YouTube, especially live streams, you are the minority of players. Shocking, I know. You are not the average player. You are the above average player, and you do above average things usually. Oh my God, that's not true. Who did I offend? I offend everybody every day, Isar. I don't know why. I just make like statements and people are like, you're talking about me specifically and I am offended. I don't know who you are. I thought he said the same thing. He made an alt to Sal's main. I did too. Like, I don't know. Use better words, pal. Maybe your context won't get lost. What words? I mean, what words do you want me to say? The majority of players are not altaholics like some people think they are. I mean, it's a very simple statement. I don't understand what better word could I say. Like, how do you rephrase that to say the same thing? I don't understand. Where did I... Nobody said you were offended. Like, so you didn't say you were offended. You're just acting like you're offended. Like, you seem like you are taking offense to my words and just want to argue it. Like, I don't understand. I made a simple statement. And then you're like, but I play alts. Okay. Cool. I'm glad you play alts. I'm talking about the vast majority of players, not you. Like, I don't understand where the problem is. It seems like most people in chat understood what I said, and you are the outlier. So why should I have to change the way that I'm saying something? I don't understand. Why are you even causing this issue? I made a simple statement. It could have been over like 20 minutes ago. I disagree with you, but cool. End of conversation. Like, jeez. I think most people play alts when the game starts, but it'll taper off, find a class they jive with. Yeah, and I think that's what people are doing now, Lincoln. That's my kind of my point, is right now I think a lot of people are playing a lot of different classes to see what they like and what they don't like. You know? You said most people, and I agree. I still believe most people. Like, you can disagree with me. That's fine. Disagree. And I disagree with you. We clearly disagree that most people don't like alts. I mean, or do like alts. You think that most people like to play a bunch of alts, and I disagree with that. And you disagree. That's okay. So cool. We disagree. Like, there's no reason to keep it going, dude. I played 4 so far. I'm sticking with fighter, I think. Cool. Yeah, absolutely, Caliber. If that's the class that you feel, you know, you like, then yeah, play it. Classes you like are Rogue, Shaman, and maybe Beastmaster. Awesome. Those are all playing, well, I don't know. Beastmaster and Rogue probably play very similarly in some ways. But yeah, the Shaman's going to play very differently. When that one rare item drops, everybody's got an alt that can use it. They sure do. They sure do. Man, I got my level 1 alt that I haven't started yet that's going to be using that ultra rare drop. If nobody wants it, dude, somebody's going to want it. It's an ultra rare drop. I always find that one funny. I do, Moose. Like, that's always hilarious. You mean that level 1 character that you played that one time and created 6 months ago and haven't logged into it since? Yeah, but I'm planning on playing it one day. Okay. Sure you are, buddy. Made a lot of alts to test things where I would head. Yeah, absolutely. Make a bunch of characters, you know. Try different classes out. I encourage that. Especially with the class changes that are happening right now, like the amount of class changes that we're going to be seeing, you know. You're going to want to have multiple characters to try them all out. Absolutely. Some people make bank alts. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't consider any of those my alts. So maybe that's where I'm different than most people. I don't know. I've got like 10 characters that I made on this account. I would consider one of them an alt, and then now this character an actual alt that I'm playing. The other ones are just, yeah, they're just bank mules. I did the same thing in a bunch of other games. Like, I had bank mules. They weren't my alts. They were literal bank mules. They just, yeah, they're just there to hold stuff. Now, define play alt. Some people will play an alt to 60, which is actually playing. Some will play it to 5 as a crafter. It's all relative. Yeah, but you don't need crafters alts in this game, right? Like, everybody, like, you can do every craft on one character. So do you really need to have an alt to do crafts? I mean, I guess you could make an alt crafter that has like different traits so that you level it faster. I guess people do that. But again, I don't consider those alts. I just, you know, it's just a crafter character. It's whatever. But that's me. I mean, that's just my definition of it. You could define it differently if you wanted to. Not a big fan of the druid changes. The wisdom change is great, but the fact that you have to cast spells to then enable other spells from that line goes contradictory to the flex roll. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played the new druid yet. I've heard mixed feelings about it. Some people like it. Some people don't like it. So I'm not really sure where I'm at with that one right now. But yeah, I haven't played it, so I don't really want to say it's good. I don't want to say it's bad, you know? Oh, shoot. Not that. I want to get rid of these. She's crafting an example, also many different roles. Yeah, they do. You're right. And that's a different definition of it, I guess. You know, maybe my definition of alt just happens to be different than somebody else's definition of alt. And that's why we disagree on people playing alts or not. That, I mean, literally could be it. I don't know. All right, a shaman. Do I think I can kill a dark blue shaman with my I don't know, with my untwinked character here? I mean, I'm wrecking this guy. Holy moly. Wow. Rusty scimitars, 536, and I'm pretty sure the rusty longsword, yeah, 638 is better than 536. I'm not going to pick that up. I am surprised that I just destroyed that thing. This might not go over so well. Two of them at once. I don't know. Yeah, this isn't too bad, actually. How do you get rid of my pet for Beastmaster so I can get another one? You have to like right click on the pet window and dismiss it or something. Something like that. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while since I messed around with it. But it's something in your pet window. You have to like right click it and say dismiss pet. Cloth bandage. Did I make it? Dag nabbit, I didn't make one. Did they remove the wizard mana reclaim? I don't think so, no. Unless they did it overnight. Right click on the HP bar, abandon, there you go, or put it in a kennel. HP bar on the pet window. That's how you do it. Thanks, Italica. Appreciate it, bud. Druid change is so weird. If I'm playing DPS role for the group and I have to spot heal, I'm nerfing my DPS for the flex. So, yeah, we can talk about that for a second because it's actually kind of a valid, important point. Classes in this game are not meant to flex into other roles in the same way that they do in other games. So, like, I understand that people, you can't look at it the same way, right? Like, it's not a druid is not meant to be a healer or flex into a DPS. Like, that's not what they're supposed to be. I know it's worded kind of that way. People think that it's that way. It's they did the same thing with the fighter, because the fighter was good damage, but it was also a tank. And they're like, oh, it can flex into a tank or a DPS role. That's not what's intended, even though they kind of worded it that way. So it's a healer that can DPS is a better way to put it. It is not meant to be a DPS that can flex into healing sometimes. It is meant to be a healer that can actually put out some decent DPS numbers for a healer. And I don't know how you're looking at it and how you're thinking about it. I'm just trying to explain it. It's a weird one, right? It's weird. Like, you're not going to be playing... This isn't like World of Warcraft where I can play a druid and I can be a tank, I can be a melee DPS, I could be a healer, and I could be a ranged like caster DPS, depending on how I spec my character and how I gear my character. Like, that's not what the intent is, even though that is kind of how it's worded. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Like, it's meant to, like, you know, you are a healer. So yeah, I don't know. And I'm not trying to like destroy somebody's, you know, plans of, hey, I'm going to play a druid that can DPS. If you want to try that, go for it. You're not going to get very many groups. You're just not going to get very many groups. Question on Spellblade, right? Does the damage proc scale based on damage of the weapon? If not, then quick ratio would be best. So no, the damage of your proc is, so far, from what I can tell, is based on what you're using. So I'm using Arcane Infusion. Infuse your weapon right here with a chance to deal 5 to 30 damage based on your level on melee attacks, with a lesser chance to do this Arcane Frailty. So, no, it does not scale with your weapon at all. Which is why I say that faster weapons are probably better. Did they remove the Wizard Reclaim? No. Last hit. Last hit is gone? Oh, yeah. That is gone. Yes. They did remove that dream. Like, where you can't... You don't get mana back when you get the killing blow on a mob. This thing is wrecking me. You want to buy the Bard rework? Yeah, a lot of people are waiting for that. Warrior necklace. That's just for a quest, right? Yeah, there's a lot of people that want that Bard rework. I need to find some of these mobs, like a couple more. That are solo pullable, because I can pull that one there. But I want to find more that I can solo pull. Beastmaster next? Mayhaps. I don't know what their next plan. Have they announced it? Has anybody seen something? Speaking of which, let me look at yeah, they didn't make any new announcements here today. They've been making a lot of announcements lately. Yeah, I'm not seeing many like single pull areas. Is this Spellblade fresh or twink or semi-twinked? This is a fresh Spellblade, no twinking whatsoever. The only thing I did is gave it a backpack. Yeah, because when I made my wizard, I mean, people were like, ah, you're just twinking your wizard. And I'm like, but I'm not. Like, really? In fact, most wizards that were level 60 have better gear than my wizard does. I gave him a little bit of gear in the beginning to get him started, but... I'm okay with that, but you better tip. Yeah, I don't always tip with Speed of the Wild. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It just all depends. Meant to have a penalty for swapping into another role? Yeah, exactly. It's meant to have a penalty. Oh, that's you, Irahini? That was in front of me a second ago? Gotcha. Hello. Yeah, I think that... Yeah, I think that people get it confused with like the flexing of roles into other things, like a druid flexing into a DPS role. It's not meant to do that. It's meant to be a healer that adds a little extra damage. So like if you want to do damage, you're going to be hurting yourself heal wise. But like a druid that focuses on healing, focuses on damage, should probably be about 70 to 80% effective as a DPS class. So like a really really geared druid versus like a commonly normally geared DPS class, they might be pretty close, I would say. I'm wrong? What am I wrong about specifically? Like they wouldn't be close, or they shouldn't be close, or they would be a lot closer? Like what am I wrong about? Hitting for about 700 with your druid at the moment? At what level? On direct damage? What level? Level 49, you're about 700 damage. Okay. Compared to let's compare it to a wizard nuke at level 49. I don't know what a wizard nuke at 49 is right now with the changes. Druids period. I'm wrong on druids period. Okay. I disagree. Like, druids aren't healers? That's wrong? That's what I said. Druids are healers. So that's wrong? You have to be more specific. I just don't understand why I would roll a druid. I'm a subpar as a healer. I'm subpar as a DPS. I get to flex, but still subpar in either case. It's not appealing. Yeah, I mean, I get that. That's it. The class is meant to be like a jack of all trades, not good at anything type of class. It's going to be, like versus a cleric. A cleric is going to be a better healer than a druid, but a wizard is going to be a better DPS than a druid. But the idea is that a druid can do both of those things, so it has to give somewhere. Right? Druids are transport. Just, I mean, they kind of are. They kind of are. There's a reason that druids were not often wanted in groups in EverQuest, and it's because they are a jack of all trades kind of class. They don't do anything super well. But a druid is primarily a healer in this game. That is the intent. Like, and if you don't believe me, just read the druid thing. Oop, wrong thing there. Like, I mean, it's clear. It's They spell it out for you. I don't know why people are confused by this. If you look, so this is talking about the damage, but if you come down here to heals, druids are healing class first. I mean, it's period. Like it's literally spelled out for you right there. Full stop. Druids are a healing class first. I don't know. Their primary role is healing, although they are still not the best healers. They are good healers, but they're not going to hold up against a cleric as far as healing is concerned. It is an issue for all hybrid classes, yes. Is someone rage baiting me? No, clearly not. I just think people don't understand, right? They don't. People want the classes to work a certain way, and they don't fully understand how the class is supposed to be. Maybe they come from a different game. Maybe they come from, where the heck is that guy going? Maybe they come from World of Warcraft, where a druid can literally be 4 different, very distinct roles. And then they come over to this game and they're like, no, my druid can do these things because the devs said that it can do these things. And it's like, well, it can, but it's not going to do them well. And people get confused by that. It's very confusing for people that haven't played a game like this before. And apparently still also confusing for people that have played a game like this before. Your 47 druid can heal for 1300 plus. Okay, cool. It's a healer. It should. Suppose this is an issue for all hybrids. Yeah, so it is an issue for all hybrids. Like all hybrids in a game like this. Let me open up Paint so we can do a diagram, because Paint diagrams are fun. So if we do like DPS, that's really small. Oh my god. All right, so we have DPS here, right? You know, put it right there. And then we have over here tank. And then we have over here healing. Okay, and then we have over here utility. These are the 4 things that you can have at your disposal in Monsters and Memories. Okay? So, you are here in the middle. You are this little dot right here in the middle. If you go way up here into DPS, then you're not going to go into tanking. You're not going to go into healing. If you go way down into healing, you're not going to go into these other things. So, think about it like a tank class. A fighter is going to be like, you know, over this way a little bit, over this way a little bit, and then maybe like that into utility with nothing coming down into healing. Right? That's a fighter. A rogue is going to go like way up here and then way like that. They're going to have nothing into healing, nothing into tanking. Right? Then you have a druid. A druid is going to go, about right here. Like a little over halfway to healing. And then, maybe halfway to DPS. And then, maybe like halfway or whatever to utility. But they're not going to have any tanking. Does that make more sense of what I'm trying to explain? So like a cleric, though, will go like way down here into healing. A little bit here and maybe a little bit here. Right? That's how these classes are built. So a paladin, who is a hybrid class, is going to go a little bit into here, a little bit into here, a little bit into here, and a little bit into here. They're going to get a little bit of all these different things. They're not going to be, you know, a DPS is going to be way up here. A fighter is going to be like over here in tanking, but the fighter doesn't get all this utility and all this healing. Like, does that help it make more sense, or am I just confusing people more? Bring out the Naruto stat chart. That might help. I don't know. I feel like when wisdom gets changed to help spell damage, my druid DPS will basically be just under whatever DPS class is the lowest DPS. Yeah, and it might be, right? It might be Helter Smelter. Like, I think that the druid, let's say the lowest DPS class is 75 DPS, right? They're a DPS class, but they're the lowest of all of them, and they're doing 75 DPS. A druid doing 75 DPS means that they are on par, if they, you know, with the same type of gear, they're on par with the lowest of the DPS. But the higher DPS is doing like 100. So a good DPS class is going to do more than a druid, is what I'm trying to get at. The old D&D hybrid with hybrid tax design doesn't work well in modern MMOs, in my opinion. I mean, it may not work well, and you may disagree with it, but that's the way the game is currently being developed, at least in my opinion. I hope they fix party XP to give it a modifier if they're going to continue to split XP model so that a group killing a mob, it nets as much or close to as much as solo. I mean, I agree. I think that we need way more XP. Absolutely need way more XP. In groups, but you know, we're comparing a lot of times. We're comparing the good solo classes to a not good solo class. So yeah, it's, again, there's a lot more information there. Druids are useful for their versatility, not because they're best at anything in particular. Exactly, Italica. Exactly, like a druid is good because it has some healing, it has some DPS, it has some utility. Actually, it's got a lot of utility, but that's what makes a druid good. Whereas like a fighter, on the other hand, has zero healing, almost zero utility. So what does it have? Like, it's got to make up for that somewhere else. If I were to make a fighter, or sorry, if I make a fighter that literally tanks at, let's say, a B tier level, and DPS is at a B tier level, and then has healing at an F tier, and let's say utility at a D tier, right? And then we take a paladin. A paladin can tank at a B tier level and DPS at a B tier level, but can also heal at a B tier level and has utility at a B tier level. Which class are you choosing? Everybody's going to choose the paladin, because they're not giving up anything. They're only gaining over the fighter, right? So you have to give up something to gain something else. So if you want to play a druid that can DPS as well as everybody else, what are you willing to give up? You've got to give up something. You're going to give up your heals? Do you want to give up your utility? Like, what do you want to give up to make that happen? And that's where I get confused at people that are just like, nah, I should be able to do everything on my druid. Well, why? Like, if you can do literally, if I can heal as well as the best healer, I can DPS as well as the best DPS, and I have the utility as well as the highest utility person, why would anybody play any other class? You got to make them feel different. That's not min-maxing, Helter Smelter. That's literally, that's not what I'm talking about. Min-maxing is a different thing. So, yeah, I don't know. Some people don't like the flavor of certain classes. They're the minority, which is what we talked about earlier. minority versus, you know, what you want. You know, like they're different things. Why are these so much more difficult than the other ones? Are these mobs, these two mobs over here, just like that much higher level than the other mobs? And the other one I just fought? I feel like they are. Yeah, I gotta run from these. I feel like they're much higher. I know in EverQuest, just as a perspective, warriors were the raid tanks for the most part. Pallies and SKs were the best peel-off tanks. Yeah, they were. Yeah, you're right. And it's because, like, they had to do that. You know, you have to give the warrior, like, a reason to play warrior. If you don't give people a reason to play the class, then people, generally speaking, won't play the class. Thank you. Now my problem is, where are the other mobs? WoW TBC destroyed the concept of hybrids. Yeah. I mean, WoW in general kind of destroyed hybrids, right? What do people do in World of Warcraft? In World of Warcraft, people spec for what their role is, right? They spec for what they're supposed to be doing. If you're playing a tank, here's your spec. If you're playing a DPS, here's your spec. Here's your button rotation. They literally have gotten it down to where, like, this is literally what you play depending on what you're doing. And that ends up being what the majority of players do. I hated WoW due to the class design. EQ2 had the best class design, in my opinion. I mean, I think different strokes for different folks, but yeah. Gear also comes into it. It does, yeah. If you can overgear and make the hybrid good, competitive, can handle healing and damage. Well, yeah, like gear definitely comes into it. And we talked about that a second ago. Like if you have a druid that's overly geared, like super overly geared, of course they're going to be good DPS or a good healer or both. You know? Isn't there also a psychological aspect to what class people are attracted to as well, though? Like some people want nothing more to be a tank. Well, sure, right? There's that. But then if I want to be a tank, I'm going to choose what is the best tank. Like, they're not thinking, okay, well, I want to be a tank. I want to be a tank, but I really want to be a paladin, even though it's worse in every possible way. I'm going to play a paladin. Okay, well, I mean, that's cool. And there will be people that do that, sure. Those are the outliers. There will always be outliers. Like, we people need to remember that. Like, Just because one person plays that class doesn't mean it's a good class. Like, at all. It just means that it's what they chose, sure, but the majority of people are still going to choose what the class that feels stronger. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. I know EQL has multi-class. I think it's a terrible way to go. That failing niche. I'm not a fan of what EQ Legends is doing at all. I'm not interested in it. And part of that reason is because it basically turned into an ARPG. People are going to they're going to find out like the best trio, and they're just going to, most people will gravitate to that. It's just how it is, guys. Like, and yes, there will be outliers. There will be people that don't do that, sure. But it's turning into an ARPG. EverQuest Legends is. And look at ARPGs. You go online, you find a build, you follow the build, you win game. That's what ARPGs has turned into. THA was so much better. Yeah, I didn't play that either. It's just, yeah, exactly for what Westmort is saying, because it's designed to be a solo game. I don't want to play a solo MMO. Even though I'm playing solo right now, I'm LFG at the moment. If anybody wants to group up, let me know. I am currently LFG. You're right there. There I am. Spellblade, Shaded Dunes. I'm curious what it's like for the player. Like, I'm trying to play the game normally, right? Turning on my LFG tag, seeing if people send me tells, that kind of stuff. You know, I'm not forming my own group, not doing that on purpose. I could. What level? It's level 7. I want to play Necromancer for the class identity, but I don't want to play it because I know it sucks. That doesn't feel good in any situation. A new player won't know this until FAFO. Exactly. And then it feels bad because then you made this Necromancer, you've leveled it up some, and then it sucks. You know? Community doesn't use LFG tool a lot. Well, I mean, I went LFG the other day like this, and I got a group, so it worked out. How are you liking it so far? Got mine to 5, and I like it better than the old version. Yeah, I do get a lot more procs. Like the old version, you needed to have a lot of decks to get procs, and yeah, you definitely feel like you get more procs now. Think you've done well showing all the leveling scenarios: static, group, solo, now LFG pug. Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to, like, you know, spread it around, show different play styles. Try. You know, like this is what it's going to be like for a Spellblade if they don't have a static group. This is what it's going to be like. You're going to be playing this game. And you're going to sit and try to find something. You know, I got lucky that I had somebody come up and buff me, and I appreciate that. Here, let's, well, I guess we're doing it now. You know, this is why I do advocate for solo ability, like being able to solo. I believe it or not, I do advocate for that. People believe that I don't want anybody to be able to solo, and that's not the case. Like, I want people to be able to solo. I just don't want it to be the best option. And I'm showing right now that you can solo as a Spellblade. Of course, I have some buffs, which I'm grateful for. But even without buffs, I was soloing these 2 camps, you know, not successfully, not super well, but I was doing it. The VFX needs some work. Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, it doesn't look like it's hurting the mob. Looks like it's sprinkling pretty blue fairy light gently onto the mob. It kind of does, yeah. Always use LFG, and I found tons of groups. A lot of people just don't want to be the ones to start the group. They want to throw up LFG and wait. Exactly. I that's exactly what I think is happening, Doozle. Like, people don't want to take the initiative to actually create a group, and they shouldn't be forced to do that. You know, grouping should be so good that people always want to go to the LFG tab if they want to make groups and create groups. But right now, they don't want to do that, unfortunately. As shown here. People don't want to add people to their parties. Like, I don't know how many people are having parties, but I could take the initiative and make a group, right? I could invite this archer. I could invite maybe even this druid. That's me, this elementalist, bard, shadow knight. There you go. You got a group right there. Like, you got a group. But I'm not doing that on purpose. The group bonus per member added needs to be much larger. I agree, yeah. Why have a Spellblade when you can have a rogue? Different play style. That's where the play style comes in. You know, like, I think that Spellblade and rogue should be about equal DPS wise. Rogue may be a little bit better because the Spellblade has a little bit more utility than the rogue does. You know, they've got gate, they've got this kinetic ward ability to prevent some damage, get some armor class. They've got, you know, just a few things here and there, I guess. They've got these buffs that they add to parties, like the arcane aura. You know, they got a few utility things, so maybe a little bit less DPS than a rogue. Spellblades get gate at level 51 for some reason. Don't ask me why. That's a dev question. I disagree with it. It was kind of funny because Sean's last stream, Sean said, and I quote, "I would rather remove gate than give it to every class." And then Spellblade comes in with gate. And I'm like, uh-oh, which way are we going with this? Yeah, they get gate. Like, literally, the gate spell is now a level 51 spell for Spellblades. I don't know if that was an error. I don't know if that was on purpose. I have no clue. All I can tell you is that Spellblades can cast gate at level 51. It should be removed. I mean, that's what I feel, yeah. They also originally had a pet at level 52. They did have a pet, yeah. They did have a pet, which I disagreed with as well, but hey, you know. I think if you use magic, go ahead and give them gate at a mid to low level. So that would be every class in the game except for archer, fighter, monk. That means every other class in the game would get gate because every other class uses magic. And rogue. Yeah, and rogue. Archer, fighter, monk, and rogue. Everybody else uses magic. So should they get a gate? I like the idea of having every class have a Hearthstone ability. Right? Like, it could be a 20-hour long cooldown. I don't care. Oh crap, something came up. I need to go. I'm going to get out of here kind of ability. That's my preference. Like, that's what I think everybody should get. But I don't know. Shadow Knight? Nope. Shadow Knight's got spells. They cast spells currently, right? That's currently. Magic users primarily, not just anyone who has mana, I guess. So that would be the 7 classes that already had gate. Spellblade is mostly a melee class. Like, it doesn't... I mean, it uses more mana now, I guess. But mostly because I'm soloing. If I wasn't soloing, I would be using way less mana. So, I don't know. Like, we're all going to have different opinions on this. And your opinion's not any better or worse than my opinion. So I say get on the Discord and say whether you like or dislike the Spellblade having gate. Let them know. Hey, there's Gith. Did you want to camp stuff, Isar? I was just doing this until you got on. I mean, I don't mind doing this. I do want to level up the Spellblade, but you know, I'm just kind of doing whatever. Gate is for arcane casters, so you don't even think that healers should get it? Maybe a quest item with a 24-hour clicky gate? I mean, maybe. There is a quest item in the game that has a clicky gate on it. It's a 1-charge clicky gate item. The problem with that is it's 1 charge. I don't know if it's a repeatable quest. I'd have to check that out. But yeah, it's a 1 charge thing. And currently, as far as I know, you can't recharge items, right? Like, there's a recharge item ability, but I have not been able to figure out how to actually make it function. So until that functionality is in the game, that item is ultimately worthless. You know, you can use it once, I guess. I need a second. Just got back from the gym. Yeah, no worry. Let's go camp Keys. Sure, we can do that. You just let me know when you want to go. I can switch over. Think affordable gate pots will solve a lot of issues? Yeah, and that's another way they can go. You know, affordable gate pots. I don't know. Consumable scrolls, potions, that kind of stuff. That would all be fun. You never want to be in a position where you have to leave and your character will die if you leave. The reality is most groups will allow you to leave, but I can also see an outlier. Yeah. In D&D, druids need a tree to be able to gate, so to speak. You open portals in trees. Yeah, that is how they worked in D&D. I think you should be able to cast gate on other people. Well, you can. That's called translocate. And that's a wizard spell that you get at level 50. So translocate is a thing, but it's exclusive to wizards. Is that enough? And that's the question, right? Is it enough that you have wizards and druids able to teleport people, and then wizards able to translocate people, and then 7 classes, well, now 8 classes that can actually gate? You know, you're leaving classes, like, I look at it from the perspective of a fighter. Fighter's my main character, right? My main class. If I was not in a static group, I would have a very hard time on my fighter. Because how am I going to get around? How am I going to do anything? I have 0 utility. You know, like, getting from A to B is extremely painful and difficult. And what do I get out of it? You know, what is the trade-off for me? Right now, it is marginally better tanking. I mean, it's enough better to where people would prefer to have a fighter for raid situations, but that's about it. You could still do it without a fighter. So, like, that's kind of the perspective that I'm looking at it from. You know, other people may not be looking at it from that perspective at all. Do I have hide gloves? I do. We're going to grab this cloth, though. You know, so we all have different perspectives that we're looking at it. Druids can translocate people. Druids cannot. Yeah, they cannot translocate people. You got to rely on others. It's a social game, remember? No, it is. But the thing is about the fighter is they have to rely on people far more than any other class. Like, name another class that has to rely on more on other classes more. You know, like people, you might say rogue because a rogue can't solo, but the rogue at least does have escape abilities. It's got stealth to get around. It's got its vanish ability to escape fights. You know, it's got its sap abilities. It's got ways that it can handle itself if it gets into a bad situation. What can a fighter do? It can stand there and take hits longer. That's about it. About all it's got. Good morning, iTodd. How you doing, bud? Your fighter has stubby dwarf legs. It does have stubby dwarf legs. You're right about that. Yeah. Well, I just explained rogue, Stefan. Yeah. Got to get a Sal and then hope there's a class that can invis you near dungeons. Yeah, absolutely. Fighter is best if you have a static friend group. Druid, Wizard, Necro, Ranger, or for people like me who don't have a static. Yeah. And that's going to be the thing. There's going to be certain classes that are just better than other classes for certain situations. Some classes are going to be better at solo. Those classes should not be as good as the other classes. So like if solo ability is one of those things that should take away from it being the best in another category. The fighter should be, in my opinion, the best overall tank, and it should be a clear winner when tanking. It should also be decent DPS for a tank class. The reason for that, possibly even the best DPS, maybe a Shadow Knight could be equal to or maybe slightly better, but the reason for that is because it's lack of versatility. It's lack of literally anything. It literally can tank or damage mobs. That's it. I do agree fighter should be the best tank, no question. Yeah, absolutely. Like, people disagree with that, though. They're like, no, the fighter shouldn't be because look at EverQuest. And the warrior became the meta tank for like 99% of the mobs. And people didn't like that. And they're like, well, what's the point in having a Shadow Knight or a Paladin or whatever? And it's like, well, Shadow Knight and Paladin have other things that they can do. Like, play the class for the role that you want. You know? Anytime somebody tells me that, hey, I'm playing a Paladin and I should be able to tank as well as your fighter, I say, well, I should be able to heal as well as your Paladin. Kind of stops the argument very quickly. Doesn't it? I would like Lay on Hands, please. I would like Ancient Guardian, please. I would like the ability to heal myself. I would like the auras. I would like the undead nukes. Please give me all of those, and then we'll talk about you tanking as well as a fighter. It kind of solves that argument. At least it does to me. Fighter best tank against physical and Inquisitor best tank against magic. Currently, that is probably true, but the issue with that, well, it's not really an issue. The majority of damage that tanks take in this game is from melee damage. Spell damage can be a lot, but you can interrupt it. So, that is kind of true, but kind of not true. So unless they start making more fights that utilize magical abilities as the primary damage, then Inquisitors are not going to be the best tank. Now, here's the issue with that, though, is if they start making more mobs, and let's say they split it 50-50. 50% of the mobs in the game are mostly physical damage, and 50% of the mobs in the game are mostly magical damage. So that means that the fighter can tank 50% of the mobs, and the Inquisitor can tank 50% of the mobs equally as well. You doing herbs. now we have to factor in, okay, so what does the fighter do versus what does the Inquisitor do outside of that? Because they're equal at that point in tanking across the game. So now the Inquisitor also has their haste, they have their aura, they have their stuns, they have their mana drains, they have their charm, they have all these other things. So what do you give the fighter to make up for that? Because they if you want to make them equal-ish, right? They don't have to be perfectly balanced, but you got to give the fighter something. Otherwise, why would anybody play the fighter? For the 50% of mobs that it can tank a little bit better. It's not really to me, it's not really a valid reason. I would just choose Inquisitor and then make sure I fight mobs that I fight well. And that's it. I think a 25-75 magic split melee would be fine. Inquisitor being best tank for a niche portion of content is fine. That could be, that could be a way to do it. Then it's no longer balanced, though, right? Then it comes out of balance, and people are like, well, why can't my Inquisitor tank as well as a fighter? Well, the reason is because you have all of these other things. You have all of this other utility and these spells and all these other things that you can do. That's the reason, but they don't see that. All they can see is, why can't I tank as well? I am a tank and you tank better. That's unfair. They're very one-sided. Fighters get lay on bandages or lay on floor. That is true. They do get that. All the tanks are going to be perfectly fine for 90% of the content. I feel like fighter should be the edge case for tackling content requiring the most optimal. Yeah, exactly, Todd. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think that all 4 tanks should be able to tank for standard groups very well, And in fact, I would say that a Shadow Knight right now is the better group tank. It just flat out is the best group tank in the game. It's going to do lots of damage. It's going to be able to kind of heal itself. It's going to be able to take hits very well. It's going to be able to hold threat. Overall, it's the best because it also has the utility. It doesn't tank any worse than a fighter does on standard group mobs and your typical, XPing situations. The fighter only really shines at the end game. And I think that's okay. Like that's the reason I play a fighter is for in game. If I wasn't planning on doing in-game content, if I had zero intentions of doing in-game content, I'd probably choose a Shadow Knight or a Paladin. Maybe or an Inquisitor. I don't know. I would choose one of the other 3 tanks for sure if I had no intentions of doing in-game content. You have a shaman there. Can I come steal some buffs? You can ask Gith, yeah. If you can have some, go for it. He's pretty nice about things most of the time. Gith will almost always buff you if you ask him, but here's the kicker to it. Gith will quickly run away if he thinks that a bunch of people are going to come over and ask him for buffs. He'll go hide. He'll be like, we got to get out of here. When he goes to Night Harbor and he's sitting at the West Bank, he's like, hey, we got to go. Come on, hurry up. Because he knows people are going to come ask him for a bunch of buffs. He won't say no. I think he's AFK right now, though. So he's not going to buff you at the moment. But when he comes back, he will. Don't blame him. Oh, I don't blame him at all. It gets tiring buffing everybody all the dang time. I don't blame him in the least. What would be like a wish list for you for the fighter deep dive? Have you considered that at all? I have, yeah. I want to see more defensive cooldowns for the fighter. Like a 100% chance to block for 15 seconds kind of ability. Or I would also like to see a riposte and make that exclusive to fighters, so that they can riposte. You could also just make it exclusive for tanks in general, but a riposte ability for fighters would be really nice, where when you parry, you have a chance to riposte, which is an attack back. That would increase the fighter's DPS some while tanking, specifically while tanking, which I think is the direction that they should have gone a long time ago, rather than increasing fighter DPS with crits and triple attack. Increase it through tanking somehow, some sort of retaliation type of ability. Those are kind of my main wants for a fighter at the moment. So that, like, you can't just take a fighter. Like, right now in the game, you could probably take a fighter, buff it with a bunch of strength, give it some really good weapons, and have it DPS mobs and do decent DPS. You know, it should never be on par with a DPS class, but right now it's kind of on par. It's pretty close. And that shouldn't be the case. You know, they should do more damage while tanking to hold threat. But if they're not tanking, they shouldn't do that, you know. I was like, why are these two zombies fighting each other? Then I realized it's charmed. But yeah, that's me. That's where I'm at with it. We'll see how SK is with their rework to Monster Hunter. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with the Shadow Knight. Right now, the Shadow Knight is overall the best tank in the game. If you want to be, you know, the best soloer, the best group tank, a decent raid tank with a lot of utility, Shadow Knight. But yeah, with the changes to Monster Hunter, we don't know what's going to happen with that. They may potentially lose out on all their mana, and they may become a martial class, and everything that they learn through monster hunting becomes martial abilities. I don't know. Like, they may learn magical abilities. I don't know. No idea what they're going to do with it. The moments where you get to say, oh, I'm super useful, here's nice to have. Yes, absolutely. And I agree with that 100%. I think every class should have a moment to shine. So, like, design every single class around that ability to like stand out as the best class in this situation. And it doesn't need to be a lot of situations. It could only be like one or two throughout the entire game, but they should absolutely stand out here and there. They aren't losing the vampire effect, though. In fact, they double down on it. Who are you talking about? The Shadow Knight? Do we know that they're not losing that vampire effect? One person sees you cast Sao and the hordes swarm. They do, yeah. Riposte would be a fantastic way to improve DPS while focusing on their primary role. Exactly, Todd. Yeah, that's why I like Riposte a lot. You know, a retaliatory strike. They could even do it, you know, based on blocking. When you block, you have an ability that is retaliatory strike that you can cast within 10 seconds of blocking or whatever, or 5 seconds of blocking or whatever it is. You know, that would be another cool ability too. And then they could put that on a cooldown, you know, so you can't use it a lot. You know, just that's what I want to see out of the fighter. I want to see a lot of defensive stuff, threat generating abilities. You know, retaliatory strike could be a threat generating ability. Their armor break ability, I think maybe should add threat. Kind of like, so in World of Warcraft, you had Sunder, right? And people learned in classic WoW that you wait until you see 3 stacks of Sunder before you start to attack as a DPS class. Why is that? Well, that gives the fighter, the warrior in World of Warcraft, a chance to build threat. And then once you have 3 stacks of Sunder, you start to DPS, and they continue to build up to 5 stacks of Sunder. That was just a thing that started in World of Warcraft, and I liked it. I thought it was a really good idea. You know, give the tank a second to actually build threat before you start to attack. I like that about EverQuest too. Whereas in games today, it's just go crazy. Look at Final Fantasy XIV. If you played Final Fantasy XIV in the last 10 years, it's just basically everybody just goes all out from the very beginning of the fight. And tanks don't have any issues holding aggro. As long as they are using abilities, they will hold threat. It's not even an issue. And I want them to get away from that. I want to get it back. I would like to see it get back to where DPS need to pull back. They need to not DPS so much so that they don't pull threat. The tank needs to do everything they possibly can to gain threat, not through DPS, but through threat generating abilities, procs, all of that kind of stuff. Like, the better you gear a tank with proc weapons, and the more well played a tank is that knows when to use which abilities and stuff like that, they gain threat better. I would love to see it. I just feel like we've gotten away from that too much. So yeah, that's what I want to see out of the fighter. Oh shoot, my fire's gone. Yeah, they need to fix this teleporting ability. Like, if you get hung up on just the littlest thing, you don't teleport. You on Isar? All right. What did you want to do something, or did you want to? You're just gonna play on him for a bit. Just let me know. I'm good either way. That's one of the things I miss about EQ was the DPS throttle up. Yeah, absolutely. When the wizard waited for like 50% of the mob health to burn something down. Yeah. Yeah, we can go Camp Keys if you want. That's fine. I'm down with it. You just let me know what you want to do. I'm just going to sit here and solo until you want to do something. Try to get that hammer. We can try. I don't know. Can we do it duo? Yeah, we need Kaz. Yeah, for that. Yeah, we might be able to do that, and you can split them off. We can try. It's whatever. I mean, I'm down for whatever you guys want to do. I'm a team player. Anyone ever had issue where a corpse is in the zone you died? I got PK'd at Wormsbane, and game says my corpse is in Sungreet Strand. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know on that one. I don't know. Let's wait for Kaz and see what he says. All right. Sounds good to me. Trent just teleported me to my corpse. It's a bug. Oh, no. Do some work for now. All right, sounds good. I'm good with whatevers. Server poll refresh. Did they post a server poll? Oh! I think we got a new server poll. Monsters and Memories. Community Hub. Server poll. Login. No, we didn't. Oh, we did. Wait, what? Includes Oceanic, US East, PvP, PvE boxing, PvE 2-box limit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They did it, Isar. They're asking. I mean, let's go there. I mean, that's probably where a lot of people are going to want to go. I feel like this is going to be the that's what Isar is going to want to do. I'll put in for that right now. I'm leaning towards this has got to be like a PvE. Yeah. This is going to be a popular server. This is going to be a super popular server. I don't know how they're going to police that, but that'll be a super popular server. What hammers that we're after? The hammer he wants is the elemental forging hammer that I have on Criddle. You may have seen it on Criddle. He wants it for his monk. Tag, don't Trent on me. Jeez. That is kind of funny, actually, though. Like, it's kind of like a don't report me, bro. Oh, my gosh. Did they announce that? Like in the actual announcements? Who the heck is sending me all sorts of stuff? Monday night D&D? What? Am I getting invited to a Monday night D&D game? I'll play some D&D. Let's see what this is all about. Looks like my friend Dirk got hacked. Somebody stole his password or something. I was like, what is that all about? I don't really understand the boxing. I do realize many people like it, but for me, it's just wrong in a role-playing game. So, I'll tell you why my group wants to do it. I can tell you why most people want to do it as well. Probably like what I think most people want to do it. We want to do it because not everybody in our party can necessarily always be on to do stuff. Isar and I play far more than everybody else in our group. So what's nice about that is, let's say we have a static party of 6 people, and if one of them can't get on, then Isar or I will log them in and play them until they can get on so that they can keep up. That's the reason we want to be able to box, is just to help our friends keep up XP-wise and be able to go camp stuff. Isar and I can like play 2 characters each, and we can go camp a lot of stuff that way. So it's really has nothing to do with us wanting to like play alts and all that. We just want to be able to keep our friends caught up, since we have way higher playtime than they do. That reason I can understand it completely. Yeah. On this beta came, our friends got left behind and stopped playing. Yeah, exactly. Like Gam, for example, like kind of, he's not motivated to play because the bard kind of, it's not great. Not great for group play, and then he also got left behind XP wise, and so it's a whole thing. What I don't understand is why people playing 2 characters or more permanently. Yeah, and you know, that's another thing. Like Estar would do that. Like he'll play 2 characters to go camp something when other people aren't on at like, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning or something when nobody else is available. But yeah, there are people that want to play 6 characters. I don't want to be on a server where people are running around playing 6 characters for multiple reasons. My biggest concern with people playing multiple characters like that is they end up not paying attention and they end up screwing up, and then you end up wiping to silly things. So I don't like that. I prefer, if we can, our static group, everybody plays their character. It's just nice when somebody's got to log out or whatever, and we can just log them in to keep them. Like sometimes what we would like to do is just have the character sit in a corner. We don't even care if they're contributing or not most of the time. You know, if we have 5 people playing and we're able to efficiently pull and kill mobs, we don't care if there's a 6th person that's just AFK in the corner. However, the devs don't like that. In fact, a friend of mine almost got banned for boxing simply because he was AFK in a corner. He was on his character, AFK standing in a corner, doing literally nothing. And they thought that other people in the party were boxing him. It was a whole thing. So yeah, that's why we're kind of for a 2-box server, being able to box 1 additional character. But the issue with that is how you're going to police it. It's going to be tough, very tough to police. You know, I don't know what they're going to do with that. I mean, I think it's going to be very hard for them to police anything. Like all the things that they're trying to police in this game, it's going to be very hard. Can't they see how many clients are connected to a single IP? I'm sure they can. But it was an issue. But that's the thing. It's not necessarily an IP thing. Like you could be boxing from 2 different IPs. There's VPNs. There's ways to do it. Like I'm not here to tell you guys how to cheat, but there's ways that you can get away with boxing, and people have gotten away with boxing too much, I think. Okay, well, IP and hardware. I've got 3 computers literally right here, sitting right here. So what if I did this computer with 1 IP, this computer with a different IP, and this computer with a 3rd IP? Am I now allowed to triple box? That's the problem with it, right? Like there's ways to get around it, guys. There's a lot of ways to get around it. So they're about to ban VPNs in both England and likely Canada. There's that off the table for part of the world. That would be, yeah. This is half a troll joke. I mean, yeah, it's a thing. I don't. How are they going to be able to do that though? Like, they're trying to police it on a world level. Like the devs, or at least they're only trying to police it with a few thousand players. I don't know how in the world these countries are going to try to prevent people from using VPNs and stuff. Like, I don't know how they're going to do that. Hey, what's going on, Mithril? How are you? VPN companies have to have registered office. They can just shut them down. Sure. But what about a VPN company in a different country? Like, so here's the thing. Again, I'm not trying to like explain how this legal stuff happens, but what if you're trying to pirate software? Not the streamer, but you're literally trying to pirate movies and music. You're trying to download, like, off of Pirate Bay, for example. Well, if Pirate Bay has their servers and their company and everything outside of the country, they don't have to register it. Right? That's how a lot of these companies get away with doing illegal stuff. And it's hard to track that stuff. Like, it's hard to shut them down. Policing the internet's a joke? Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's very hard. It's the internet. Yeah, they're going to get around it. Good, you? I'm doing well. Doing well. Yeah, we're just hanging out, killing some Ashira. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. Like, I feel for the devs trying to do it, and I really feel for the countries trying to shut it down. That's going to be crazy. Yay, we got a group starting. Somebody sent me a tell. How long did that take? I've been LFG for like an hour-ish, maybe. It's not too bad. LFG for about an hour or so, killing these mobs. Not too bad. News is already banned in Facebook Canada. Wait, in FB Canada. Where's FB Canada? I don't know. Facebook Canada. Yeah, I mean, actually, I think it might be a good idea to ban the news on a lot of these sites. People are getting their news now from things like Twitch streams. And it's like, these are just random people that are telling you things that are happening that may or may not fact check anything. And it's just, people take it as the truth. Like, what the heck? What are we even doing? Wish they got rid of their opinions from news channels. I do too. I mean, a couple years ago, these news channels were like, we are entertainment. We are no longer valid news sources. We are here for entertainment only. And then they just say all sorts of stuff pretending to be news. And it's like, what? Careful down this one. All I have to point to is England Rotherham scandal. It's not a topic you want on YouTube. It's a lot of that's not, yeah. Yeah, CNN and Fox News are notorious for that. They are, yeah. Fox, I think, is the one that went down the rabbit hole of we're an entertainment network, not a news source. So they basically said, hey, whatever we say is our opinion and for entertainment value. It may or not, it may not be accurate, is basically what they said. And it's like, what? CNN and NBC also did the same thing. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about it. It sells, right? You don't have to be right. You just have to be shocking. And it sells. It's unfortunate. It's the same thing that I do here on Twitch. I make shocking statement. Get more viewers. I make the statement that everybody agrees with and it's not shocking to anyone, and people are like, boring stream, I'm leaving. Right? It's the same thing. It's crazy. If you do want to steal... hang on. Hey, what's going on, Seminole? How are you? There's an opinion section and a fact section, and the two are blurred. Yeah, they're very blurred. The View wants to be categorized as a legit news show so they can manipulate the guest list. Are they really doing that now? That's crazy. Yeah, like I saw a thing recently about The View where, like, I guess, who was it? Was it Keanu Reeves, like, got mad at somebody on The View? I don't know. It could have all been fake as far as I know. I have no clue. How's Wizard doing? Anyone know? Wizard is still terrible. They're looking at making changes to it, but it's still currently not good. Talk about how the TTK changes are great. I honestly do love them. I like the TTK changes. I'm okay with them. Like I want the TTK in this game to be much higher. Like, well, it now is higher. So I think they went the right direction with it. Now, we could talk about if they went too far. That's up for debate. The reason I think it's up for debate right now is because we don't really know what the end goal is. They increased TTK and only adjusted 4 classes. So I don't know what's going to happen. All right, let's start heading back to town. We've got a group here. They want FCC approval. Don't know if it'll happen. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Was in a group fighting blues to reds, and it felt great. Awesome, yeah. Kind of hard to judge TTK without finished classes or gearing. Exactly, Sega. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I'm glad they increased the TTK for our current iteration, but once they get in all the classes, depending on where their DPS stands, our overall TTK might come down. It could go up. We don't know. It could stay the same. We have no idea. They did what's funny though, what I find funny is they increased the health pool significantly of every mob in the game, right? From level 10 to 50. They increased that, so the TTK went up. Then they effectively lowered the wizard DPS. And then they added in melee weapons, or not added in, but they made all the melee weapons in the game have better ratios, which brought the damage back up. So who the heck knows where we are right now? People jump to conclusions in like the first hour of playing the game, being like, "Oh my God, mobs have way too much health." Well, for whom? You know, like they made melee better. They made casters worse. Well, they made a caster worse. I don't really know where they're at. I feel like right now we're kind of in a limbo state, and it's all over the place, and it's hard to see. Like, I think I know where they're trying to get to. They're trying to get to a point where TTK is, 30 to 60 seconds per kill for a full group. I believe is where they're trying to get to. Maybe even 45 to 60 seconds. Right now, I don't think we're there. I think we're kind of all over the place, depending on what classes you're playing. So we'll just have to see. To see what they do with it. What level do I get dual wield? Is it level 10? I think it's level 10. Spellblade. Conduit, is this a stance? Let me see. Conduit, your current infusion, channeling it into a unique spell of the same type. Arcane, detonation, detonate. Arcane energy upon your target. Dealing this damage. And stunning them for 1.5 seconds. Okay, wow. That one's really good. So it's a solid... That is a solid stance. Cribbalau. That is definitely a goblin name. Cribbalau. Are there any quests in Night Harbor besides the free bag you would say everyone should do? I think that everyone should do the See and Viz necklace quest. That's one such quest. I have a YouTube video on how to do that. I also feel like people should work on the Ashira ring quest. I don't really want to tell you why, but you should probably do it. I wonder if I can take this guy on. Yeah. Die, you filthy animal. Hey, we got a Shadow Knight now, too. Cool. Got a solid group here. I like it. Oh boy. I need to make a an assist macro. There we go. We're good. Hey, Ketalone, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. Was that a cloak? No, I already have a cloak. You do want to check out the dungeon here? Yeah? The you talking about Wormsbane? I think everybody should check out Wormsbane, but I wouldn't spend a lot of time in there. What do you think about the other starting zone? One of the classes available between Elf and Halfling appeal to me. The other starting zone has a lot more easily accessible low-level content to it. So it's a little bit easier to start out in, but it's going to have less players, so it's going to be harder to find groups. So that's basically what's going on over there. Talking about the dungeon near the Elf starting zone. I don't know the name. Blacktide Bay. It's good. It's around, I think it starts around level 10 or 12 or something, and it goes up to like 30-ish. Yeah, Keeper's Bite is good, but you want to be a little bit higher level to go over there. But, yeah, like start over there and in the teens, I would guess. Why am I not able to target this? Using my macro, is he not targeting this? What the heck is happening here? Here we go. Can't wait for the deep gnomes. Yeah. Deep gnomes are going to be fun. And the other macros, which is just a must-have. Depends on what class, like what role you're doing. I would say like assist macros, target macros for different members of your group could be good. I have a reload macro. These are the only two that are global. Well, I've got a hide corpse always, looted always macro. So when I hit this, it just removes the corpses that I've looted. Reload macro. What is this one? Yeah, those are the only ones really. Some people like to have a shout when they're like a train macro. The heck happened to Juliet there? This is why you assist the tank. Always assist the tank. I'm not the tank. I'm assisting the tank, though. These mobs are also red. Really excited they added a one box server. Yeah. Well, I think that new list is like, let's see what's going to be popular. So we need to get a lot of people on that one box server and choose that if we want it to be one that they actually decide to make. And this right here is kind of why, like, XPing is slower for some people. They get into groups, you know, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody here in this group, but they get into groups and it just, things don't flow as well as a static group does. You know, people kind of sit around some and they just kind of hang out. People die, all that kind of stuff, so. It happens. It happens. Are crafting recipes a thing in Monster Memories? Would like to see it eventually, if not. Crafting recipes? What do you mean by that? Right now, I mean, there is crafting, yes, and you put items into a crafting thing to create something, so there are recipes. They are making it... Well, they have made it just with this last update where tinkering, you do need to find a recipe to learn a recipe. That was very recent change. So they're possibly coming. But up until this point, it was just, you know, put items into a container and make something out of it. Classic WoW, you have the tailoring recipes you get from raids through high rep. They are not currently a thing, really, but this last update, they kind of started to make them a thing. So, yes, it's coming. Now, how much of a thing they're actually going to be, I have no idea. Yay! Wait, is this an actual skill? I thought this was channeling into a unique spell of the same type. Arcane detonation. Did I do that? It says, conduct your current infusion, channeling it into a unique spell of the same type. Arcane detonation. So, because I'm doing arcane infusion. Oh, and it turns off arcane infusion. So then you want to do telekinetic infusion. Blast your target telekinetic force, knocking them back and immobilizing them for 1 second. I don't want to do that at all. Okay. But that'll be the stance dancing that they were talking about before. So that's going to add, right now, 10 damage. I have +2 charisma bag that doesn't work. What? So they have the charisma bag that doesn't work, and then they have the skull that you can stack multiple times. Checks out. It checks out. Yeah, I feel like this conduit isn't worth using until you have multiple infusions. What does this infusion do? This one does granting a chance to deal 5 damage. So like you want to use the conduit and then you want to switch to a different infusion is what it seems like. That's going to be a lot of button presses. Have you messed around with Warrior Masteries on Pantheon? No, I've given up on Pantheon almost completely. Did you guys see yesterday they delayed their server wipe in a big, shocking, oh my gosh, like, I can't believe they actually delayed it again moment? You see how surprised I am by that? Like, what happened to the guy? What happened to the guy that he was here the other day, and I told him to come back on June 20th because they're probably going to delay it again before the spring update actually drops. Let's see if he comes back. Would I say this is a hard game? No, this is not a hard game. It is a brutal game. It is not a difficult game. What do you mean they delayed it? They delayed it. They delayed the wipe. Their spring update wipe that they've been boasting about for months has been delayed. I mean, they're still doing the spring update, which is what they've been doing for this PTR. That is their spring update. They delayed the other thing. Let me see. Pantheon is this one. Announcements. Is it under announcements? I don't remember where I saw this at. Yeah, I don't remember where I saw it at. But, yeah, there's a whole thing. Oh, shoot. Did I attack the... Why did that guy tab to the guard? That dude straight up targeted the guard. What the heck, man? That's what I get for assisting the tank, I guess. You're telling me they're doing the update and not wiping at the same time? It's after July, they said. Yeah, July. I think it was July 16th is what they said in the update, right? That's like now that's when they're planning on pushing it to or something. I don't know. I gave up on Pantheon, guys. Like, I've given up on it. Game's not coming out, and if it comes out, it's going to be in a terrible state. It's not happening. Pay attention. I know. I was just spamming my ability. And the tank, I guess, targeted the guard temporarily, and I was just like, let's go! Yeah, they're doing... Everything is going to the PTR. Literally, the spring update is not happening. It's not happening in spring. Is the only thing I can say about that. It's literally not happening in spring, which is the thing they've been boasting about for months, saying we're going to have this big spring update. They're duping you, man. Like, just stop. You guys gotta stop trying to think Pantheon's gonna happen. Like, you're just gonna end up being disappointed in a few months, years, however long it takes. Eventually, you're just gonna be mad about it. Gotta quit. PTR is capped with no shards, so it's pointless to even try to log in. Yep. I gave up on the PTR completely. I played it, the first day, and I was like, this is garbage. They did not fix anything. They made it worse. And I was like, nope, I'm done. When I see that guard come back in, I am going to stop spamming my ability. I know, classic DPS, not paying attention, just assisting the tank. It's a classic DPS blunder. Oops, I need Is this Telekir? No, we're just inside of Night Harbor. Which, frankly, if they aren't testing stuff and relying on PTR, stuff would be moved much faster. Yeah, I mean, it would. It would. Pantheon is so fetch. It is so fetch. It is so fetch. Does anybody know? Does anybody know where they posted that that thing from? It was the CEO posted it, that they're pushing things back. I just don't know where it was. You didn't know this existed? Yeah? You haven't watched my videos. You got to watch my YouTube videos, man. I showed this. Can't be tabbed on mobs 100 yards away. Hitting pet attack and wiping my group. Oh, well, I'm totally not AFK, yeah. Pantheon Mastery System screenshots look like Path of Exile's web, but less extreme. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I haven't even looked at it because I don't care anymore. Literally, I couldn't care less about what happens with Pantheon at this point. And honestly, at one point, I was probably... the biggest defender of Pantheon and the biggest supporter of Pantheon at one point. And now I'm like, nah. Nope. Stop pulling so far back. Oh my gosh, guys. There's a guard there. We decided to postpone the combat wipe progression simply. Yeah, that's it right there. It's the latest announcement on the Pantheon site. Is that where it is? News, announcements. That's this one. That's the tank stuff. It's in the tank stuff? Is it in here? Somewhere? Anyway, this is the whole... Yeah, this is all the stuff. Anyway, whatever. Point is, they delayed it again. You dropped the link. Yeah, I know. You guys can't link, though. Because I've had bad apples come in and link weird stuff. So I just turn links off. It's the first paragraph in there? Okay, well, then there you go. That's where it is. So, yeah. Needless to say, I've given up. What a surprise. It got delayed. Who would have known? I know, right? Wow. Man, if I was a betting man, I would have never thought. Lucky if it's out by Christmas. What, the spring update is out by Christmas? Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Did you see Jahar's post on upcoming wizard tuning? How new of a post? I've seen a couple of posts by him, yes. Post recently. Where did he put it? In like the wizard stuff? Yeah, let's do this. Basic community, this one right here. Basic community feedback, we removed a few spells from being glyph castable and replaced them with spell. Wait, is this all? Oh, so that's all of this. Here's the upcoming changes for Wizard. These are not live yet, but should be on the beta. With nightly restart in the next day or so, we'll post in the announcements channel when these go live. Seal of Magic 3, you can now apply Mark of Magic to creatures up to level 64. Okay. Mark of Magic duration increased to 60 seconds. That's nice. That's actually a really nice change. Fix an inconsistency where Arcane Volley and Fire Volley tooltips did not match the amount of missiles fired. That feels bad. Set glyphs and catalysts to cast while moving. That's a very good change. This is just the very short cast time of the glyph itself. And wizards must stand still while the glyph-triggered spell is casting. So now you can at least move while casting the glyphs, then hit the catalyst and stand still. That's nice. This is seeing if we can improve the glyph casting experience for players with some lag and should not be meaningful advantage otherwise. We are not trying to turn wizards into bards, and they do not need to stand still to cast the actual spells. Wait, they do need to stand still while casting spells. Added an earlier tier for Ice Blast at level 8. That's good. So they actually start getting some stuff earlier. Reclaim Magic changed to target AoE. It will now be a bit easier to use when kiting. What? So if you have, wait, if I have multiple stacks on multiple mobs, can I AoE reclaim magic and get a lot of mana back? Yeah, that might be bad, guys. That I don't understand what that's going on with there. Combine Reclaim Magic and Arcane Acceleration to a single spell. Using Reclaim Magic will return some mana and apply or refresh your group spell haste buff. This frees up one extra slot on your spell bar. Cool. Removed Arcane Acceleration as a standalone spell. It no longer has a purpose as it's been combined with Reclaim Magic. You're not losing any abilities. It's just bundled up into a more convenient. That's nice. Slightly increased the mana return of Mark of Magic. Wow. Okay. Based on community feedback, we removed a few spells from being glyph castable and replaced them with spells that may be used more frequently or buffs that you don't want to sit and memorize in order to cast once per hour. This is going to be a challenging area to find a spell set for glyphs that will please everyone, so we're not planning to continue making changes to this. Any spells that are no longer glyph castable are still able to be memorized and cast normally. They removed Arcane Acceleration. Well, that's gone completely. They removed Bind Vision and Wall of Force. They added in Spell Shield, Seal of Magic, and Sense Magic. Okay. We also took another balance pass at damage spells based on early play data and constructive player feedback. Please give your damage spells a try and post your feedback in the new thread. Okay, cool. So they are balancing. That's good. All right, so there's some good changes there. Good changes. They clearly listened to our feedback and are trying to fix that. We'll have to see what the new changes are for the damages, but yeah, that's good. Did we get an Archer deep dive? I don't remember one, but it's been reworked. Yes, there is an Archer deep dive. I made a video on it and put it on YouTube if you want me to read through it for you, but it is also on their website. And I gave my opinion on it. I didn't just literally read through it because that's boring. Who wants somebody that's just reading something like verbatim and just, I mean, come on. That's silly. But I did read through it and gave my opinions and thoughts on it on my video. Could use a beta key if anyone has one to spare. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, those wizard changes are good and welcomed. Yeah, like I felt bad about the wizard changes because it's like I really just felt like the devs didn't play the wizard class, or if they did play the wizard class, they didn't. Like, I don't know, they just felt bad. So I'm glad that they are acknowledging that their changes needed to be made. So it's very, very good. That's what I like about this dev team. That's the thing that I like about them a lot is their willingness to listen and make changes. They don't always make changes, but if you can give them constructive feedback and tell them why, they will make the changes. Listen to audiobooks all the time. I think that's different. Audiobooks is different. Very different. I didn't realize the beta was still open. It's not. Yeah, this is the closed beta. October needs to get here quick. Yeah. I don't think it needs to get here too quickly. If it gets here too quickly, then we're gonna have a situation. It's gonna flop hard. It's gonna end up being another Pantheon. Seems like they thought Wizard was too powerful solely based off quad kiting. Then they gutted damage across the board instead of just removing or solely. I think that's exactly what happened, Pity. Quad kiting was too strong, but their solo sustainability was not good. Or not the solo. Their group sustainability was not good enough. And then they ended up gutting the whole thing. And it was like, don't do that. Quad kiting, yes. Gut it, absolutely. It was way, 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 way too good. Wait, what happened to our fire? I rarely cast my solo spells because they were much less efficient than AoE spells, making single target worse and AoE undoable. Kicking the balls, yeah. It was rough, dude. It was rough. I played many of these old school MMOs. They have come out recently. Pantheon, Project Gorgon, EQ Legends, and I got to say, Monster Memories is the most potential for success. I think absolutely it is, Aaron. I played a lot of MMOs in my life, a lot, and yeah, Monsters of Memories is by far the best of these old school ones to be successful. By far. Like, it's not even comparable. And I mean, there's going to be... I guess the theme of today's stream is there's always going to be outliers, right? Always going to be outliers. There's always going to be people that like Pantheon. There's always going to be people that like Project Gorgon, or they like EQ Legends, or any of the other old school MMOs that are trying to be made, AOA, and whichever ones else are out there. There's always going to be people that like those, but ultimately, I think that Monsters of Memories is the only one currently that will end up being successful. Quote unquote, for those that are just listening and not looking at the screen. I put quotation marks there. Because, how do you define success? That's the problem with it. Is, what do you deem as successful? But yeah. Not a high bar. It's not a high bar when you're talking about Pantheon. Did you? Oh yeah, Kaz, you already saw the thing, but yeah, we were just talking about that. Pantheon delayed their thing again. To our shock and dismay, like what happened? Oh my goodness, who would have known? Do I have meditation yet? Do I get meditation? I get meditation, right? Yeah, I'm at 12. Okay. I get meditation. Cool. The bulk of my experience came from Final Fantasy 11 and Monster Memories. Kept drip feeding me some of that sensation. So yeah, Final Fantasy 11, this game has a lot in common with Final Fantasy 11. A decent amount. I would say it's more in common with EverQuest, but it has a decent amount of Final Fantasy 11 to it. There's billions of people, something for everyone. Yeah, but I mean, out of those billions of people, how many actually play video games? No, there's definitely something for everyone, for sure. People are going to like EQ Legends. They're going to like Pantheon. They're going to like AOA. They're going to like all these games. Somebody will. Clearly, somebody will. Whoever's developing these games prefers that game over other games, right? So there's clearly somebody that's going to like them. But when you're talking about, you know, being successful and all of that, it's different. Why? Is there a mob here? AOA is good. Yeah, AOA is. It seems like it's really good, and I think a lot of people are going to like it. But we're not there yet. They targeted that harbor guard again. People will like MnM, or they'll be wrong. I mean, people won't like MnM. There's things about MnM that are not great. I point them out a lot. For me, where Pantheon failed the hardest was the look of the armor and the feel of progression. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a place they failed, sure. I won't disagree with you. I think with an MMO like this, success is measured by how many people are playing it 6 months later, a year, 2 years. Yeah, but like for this game to be successful, it needs far less players playing it than another game. You know, the success for Monsters and Memories looks like maybe 15,000, 20,000 players. Success for World of Warcraft is like a couple 100,000 players, you know? I mean, right now they have millions of players. So it just, success for different companies means different things, you know? Like, when I talk about my stream, am I successful on my stream? Getting, what do we have in here right now? We have 45 people on Twitch and 30 people on YouTube currently watching. Is that successful or is that not successful? You know, compared to somebody like a Co-Carnage, not successful. Compared to somebody like Joe Schmo that lives down the street that, you know, has himself as his single viewer, then yes, it's very successful. So success is different for different people. WoW still has millions? Yeah, it does, yeah. Last we checked, it was what? 3 million? 8 million? No, it was 8 million. How many subs does World of Warcraft have? 7 to 9 million is the estimate right now. I think World of Warcraft sent out, or Blizzard sent out a thing recently saying how many they had, and it was like 8.3 or something like that. 8.3 million. Wonder what the classic versus retail split is on that. We tried to look into that too, and it was hard to tell. It was very hard to tell, but according to Google, it was something like less than 1 million of those were classic players. But I feel like that's kind of skewed. I feel like you have retail people that play both, right? So you have some people that play just retail and some people that play just classic, but then you have a lot of people that play both. So it's kind of hard to tell. You know, same thing is going to happen with EverQuest, right? When EverQuest Legends launches, we're going to have to look at how many subs EverQuest has currently, and then how many subs EverQuest has after it launches, or EverQuest Legends has after it launches, and then how many subs it has a month after EverQuest Legends launches. You kind of have to look at all of those things, because right now, too, they just released a new TLP server for EverQuest. So that probably spiked their numbers of their active subs some. And then when EverQuest Legends launches, that's going to spike them again. But then they're going to be losing some subs probably from their TLP as people get bored with it. You know, it depends on how long that lasts. So, you know, there's a whole lot of other factors in there. I personally feel like EverQuest Legends is not going to be super successful. You know, they're going to have a few thousand players, sure. Like, I see that. But I don't know, like, how long that's going to last. That Legend server get bored quickly? Oh, they're going to get bored super quickly. I mean, people are literally leveling to max level on the TLP or on the Legends server in like 20 to 30 hours. I mean, people will do that in 2 days. So once they do that, they start clearing out all the raid content. Yeah, they're going to be bored in a month. They're going to be bored in like a month. Someone told me Lucklin is in 6 months on the new TLP. Yeah, I don't know. What's the rate of release on the TLP server? Do we know? I'm sure they announced it. Does anybody know in chat? I think it's probably gonna be like one every month or something, every 2 months. I don't know. TLP spiked their stuff a lot. It does, yeah. In their annual earnings call, their income is pretty regularly, evenly split between live and TLP. Yeah, it makes sense. I think a year from now, nobody in this sphere of gaming going to really be talking about EQ Legends. No, they won't. They won't. It's going to be gone. I'll for sure going to play EQ Legends, but I'm going to be treating it like an ARPG and check it out every once in a while. Yeah, exactly, Todd. Like, I think that's going to be where their draw is, right? If they create EQ Legends like an ARPG, like a Diablo or a Path of Exile, with season-based content, and you want to restart new characters every season, play for the season, and then, you know, you don't care every 3 months or so resetting your character, I think that would be the most successful way to release EQ Legends. If they don't do that, if they try to make it like an MMO that you play for years to come, it's going to die in a couple months. Because, I mean, even as an ARPG, it'll die within a few weeks to a month. Look at Diablo 4. Look at Path of Exile. How long do those games really last every season? Each season lasts for, what, 3 months? But people play them for a few weeks to a month. They don't play them for the entirety of the 3 months. Oops, I didn't mean to pick up the food. So, like, that's what I see happening with that. If they make it an ARPG style, I think it could be popular. It's going to be way more popular that way. But they're also going to be taking people that They're going to be pushing people away that was their target audience. Their target audience are old school EQ1 players, not ARPG players. There is some crossover between old school EQ1 players and ARPG players, but how much crossover really is there? I would say that, there's going to be some, but not a lot. Not like a crazy amount. 4 weeks max for myself. Yeah, exactly. I have friends drag it over slightly longer, far less than half the total season, regardless. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where it could be successful. Absolutely could be successful. Because you can mix it up with new character split each time. Yeah, exactly. When I play ARPGs, and I like ARPGs, I'm one of those few people that like old school RPGs, and I also like JRPGs. I also like platformers. I also like, to some extent, first-person shooters. They're probably my least favorite. But I like them sometimes. Like, they can be fun. I like every game. I'm a gamer. But generally speaking, people like a certain genre of game. Like they like old school RPGs, they like ARPGs, they like first-person shooters, and they have no intentions of playing another genre. They just don't. They don't care. So, yeah. Depending on the shooter, Doom 2016, Chef's Kiss, yeah. Anything approaching real weaponry, like Counter-Strike, it's not your jam. I like the Doom. I played a Doom not too long ago. It was super fun. It was just a fun arcade-style shooter game. But I also like Call of Duty sometimes, that style of game. I used to play a ton of Call of Duty. Modern Warfare 2. I played that a lot. Like a crazy amount. I also really liked Not Divinity. I like Destiny. That's not the one I was thinking of, but I like Destiny. Mostly because it feels like an MMO put into a first-person shooter. Resistance. I played Resistance 2 a lot, and I really liked that game. You would make a great talk radio host. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to turn this Twitch into, kind of, Video game talk radio. Let's talk about everything. I'm hoping we can branch out from just these kind of games, though, and start playing some other games, too. EQ Legends is going to be great for a bit, yeah, but arcade game, low price. Secrets is pretty solid. Definitely not a long play game. Yeah, it's not an MMORPG that, where you play it for years. It's not. So it'll be fun for a bit for some people. That's why I don't want to play it, though. Like, if I want to play an ARPG, I'll go play Diablo or I'll play Path of Exile. I actually prefer Diablo for ARPGs, Diablo 4. I'm not really digging the Path of Exile route right now. I played Path of Exile 2, and it's not bad, but I prefer Diablo 4, I think. And I think the reason I prefer that is because I just want to dip my toes into ARPGs every now and then, play them, have fun, and then move on. I feel like Path of Exile 2 is like your lifelong ARPG player. The ones that want to do all the math between seasons, and they want to figure out the best builds and, how to kill mobs the fastest and all that kind of stuff. Those people, they play the game for about a month, and they theory craft for 2 months while they're waiting for the next season. And then they play the game for a month, and they theory craft for 2 months. That's a typical ARPG player in my mind. But I don't like to do that. Not anymore. I used to. It used to be fun, but yeah, not anymore. You're too much of a noob for PoE 2? Nah, man. It's not that I'm a noob. I just don't want to put in the I don't have to go study. Why do I have to study? That feels bad. If I was such a noob of Path of Exile 2, though, Kaz, why did you take over my Path of Exile 1 account and steal all of my gems? You remember that? I remember that. Watching you, buddy. Played that game a lot when it came out. Some people told me this doesn't matter, but I'm curious. What do you think all the MnM in-game content will look like? Right now, there is in-game MnM content. It's very undertuned. It is not great. It's way, 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 way too easy. So we don't really know what it'll end up being like in the end. Excuse me. Could be good, could be bad. Because I'm a ninja looter? I'm not a ninja looter. Not in an ARPG like Path of Exile. I mostly played by myself in that game. PoE 2 doesn't come close to PoE 1? Like, you mean PoE 2 is better than PoE 1 or PoE 1 is better? I played PoE 1 a lot. I played PoE 2 a decent amount for the first like week or two that it was out, and I kind of stopped. Armor Reforger, you actually have to do land nav. Same with bullet mechanic. You're talking about for like first-person shooter games? Yeah, people like that kind of stuff. I'm not into that. I don't really care. Anyone with less than 1,000 hours of PoE is a noob. For Path of Exile 1, I had well over 1,000 hours. Well over. Path of Exile 2, not so much. A couple hundred hours, probably. I mean, I guess we could look. Path of Exile 2, I only have 78 hours. Yeah. Path of Exile 1, I only have 116 minutes on Steam, but I played it on their standalone launcher when it first came out. I didn't play it on Steam. 1 is a way better game, you think? Well, I mean, that's because 2 is still being developed, right? So maybe it'll end up being better. Who knows? Who knows? I stopped 1 because it became too bloated and was hoping 2 would fix that. Yeah, well, the reason I didn't like 1... Well, the reason I don't like ARPGs in general is because it comes down to finding what's bugged for the season, like the broken build, and using that. It's what most people do. And now it's even easier to do that because you have these websites that just literally tell you the broken builds. And they do it before the season even starts. They're like, based on everything we know, here's what the broken build is going to be. And then once the season starts, people try out some different builds, doing their theory crafting and whatnot. They might find another build that works better. But yeah, you find one of those broken builds and you just follow it. To the point where now PoE 2, you just download the build and put it right into the game, and it tells you exactly what to do. Have you guys looked at those yet? It tells you exactly like the path to go. So what? Like, am I even playing this game anymore? So yeah, I don't know. It's just not for me anymore. How you like a Spellblade? I got to 21, but I haven't been motivated to log in really. It's okay. I don't really feel super special at the moment because I'm only level 8. I think I need to get to level 10 and unlock its main abilities. And then I think I'll be able to tell you a little bit better. But, I mean, it's just it's a standard DPS class. But it doesn't feel great at the moment. At 2,700 hours PoE 1, but doesn't include the many years or non-Steam play. 800 hours of PoE 2. Yeah. Well, I hope you have fun with it. Yeah, you definitely have more time in both of those games than I do. But it still boils down to, like, find build, follow build, win game. And that, I don't know. I don't like it. You're correct. You don't have to play those. No, you don't have to play those builds. You can play whatever build you want if you. And that's what I did with Diablo 4 when it first came out. I was making my own builds, and I had fun with it, and I was just kind of messing around with different things. But I can assure you, following those builds is a lot of fun. Like, that's why people do it, because they don't want to have to sit there and do the math. Right? Like, to be successful in an ARPG, you're gonna have to sit down and do the math and figure out what's good and what's not good. Otherwise, you're just not gonna be able to kill certain bosses. You're gonna struggle, and it's not gonna be as fun for most players, I would say. Because, like, people don't like to struggle. They get bored of struggling, they get frustrated, and they quit. I mean, that's just, standard for most games. Now, will there be outliers? Absolutely. There's always going to be outliers of people that prefer to make their own build from scratch and struggle all the way through and don't care if they die a bunch, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's always outliers. I'm talking about the average player. I eat Wizard right now? Yeah, there was a ton of people playing Wizard before the patch. And then after the patch, you have far fewer people playing Wizard. I mean, it kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? When it was overpowered quad kiting everything, tons of people played it. When it's underpowered, nobody plays it. There are, again, outliers that will, but yeah. It's you can see this stuff. Like, it happens all the time. There does need to be a happy medium when it comes to builds, but it does suck playing the old school request where you just drop off in an island. Yeah. Cool thing is you don't need to play FOTM build. 4-stone run, even kill Ubers. Anything works, of course. Well, yeah, but it's what it's about. What those games are oftentimes about is doing things over and over and over and over and over and over very quickly, right? Just over and over and over, very, very quickly. Oh shoot! Hang on. I enjoyed quad kiting while waiting for groups, but it was boring. Not sad it's gone. Oh, I'm not sad it's gone at all. Like, it was too strong. Way too strong. Yeah, the solo self-found thing. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't find that fun. I know some people find that fun. I personally didn't find that a whole lot of fun, though. I don't know. I like playing games with other people, too. I prefer that. ARPG is not a game you play, generally speaking, with other people. And I think that's another thing that kind of turns me off on the game. It's just a solo game that you see other people playing in. But ultimately, it's just a solo game. Are the metrics still up? Do they still have that shown on the on Twitch? Because Ali was showing all that stuff. He was streaming it during the open test. How do I always end up being a tank in groups? Our tank left, and they're like, hey, Criddle, can you tank? I guess. What's up with that? Feisty coming in with the sub. Thank you so much. If anyone does have a spare closed key you're laying around, yeah, good luck. Good luck. You had to watch an ad? Oh, that's awful. Nobody wants that. Goat is here? Your baby's not in chat. Poor Burl. I was a ranger and our tank disconnected and the team asked me to tank. Right? And I was like, I never tanked. I don't feel comfortable. Uh-oh. Well, it depends on what level you are. If you're under level 20, Rangers, they can tank okay. Once you get over level 20, it depends on how far over level 20 you are. I need to eat a sandwich. Is right about 20? Yeah, you could be a tank up to around level 20 or so. You'd be fine. PvP server, good luck. Good luck on that PvP server. Yeah, post 20 you can range tank. That's actually true. Very true. Pantheon Spring update got pushed back. Yeah, big surprise. Exactly. I saw that too. We were just talking about it a few minutes ago. It's crazy, dude. Like, for people to think that this stuff is actually gonna happen. Like, where's that guy just let me play that that was here the other day, and I told him to come back on June 20th and let me know how that how it worked out. Like, we're never gonna see that guy again. He's not coming back. Yeah, that game is completely a lost cause. Like 100% a lost cause. You used to play on Talon Zek? Yeah? You like the PvP in these games? When did you play on Talon Zek? And I'll have news for you about this game in the PvP. Like, I think that PvP could be good in this game. But if you played on Talon Zek back in like 1999 to the early 2000s, anytime in that time frame, it's a different type of player that you played with. That's the problem with it. People have like these fond memories of the PvP servers from way back then. And it's like, yeah, well, that was back when only 100,000 people actually played EverQuest. And they were all nerds, and they were... you know, not non-confrontational nerds that didn't care about being the, you know, the coolest person on the server. You know, it was completely different back then. Now you have people that are just like, I want to be the coolest, and I'm going to teabag you every time I kill you, and if I see you, I'm going to nuke you instantly. They're just, that's what it's a different animal, man. Completely different. So I feel for people that want to play on the PvP now. It's going to be very, very different. Used to have wars, yeah, and that's fun, right? When you have like a community that gets behind it and creates. You know, you're like, oh man, I'm part of this guild, and we're gonna set up on Saturday afternoon, and we're gonna have this big war and all that kind of stuff, right? That's fun. That's awesome. But I just don't see that happening again. Not in 2026. Unfortunately, just don't see it happening. These are so fun, but I never played EQ. Yeah, we'll see. You hope for some planned wars? Yeah, if they do that, if the community for this game will either make or break the PvP of this game. Absolutely make or break it. And right now, I'm leaning to breaking it. Because I think that the community as a whole will end up... will not go that route, right? Group PvP would absolutely be, yeah, but a lot of fun. Always does. Small guilds will be swallowed up by bigger ones eventually. It'll be our 6 guilds that have majority of the people. Yeah. Well, that's probably what will end up happening, unfortunately. Most I ever been griefed in a game was old school Rallo Zek, so I disagree about the different type of player. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Just let me play. Like, back then, the griefers were few and far between. But it happened. And if it happened back then, it'll absolutely happen now. Like, way more. It's going to be, like, so much worse. So much worse. So we'll see. Prove me wrong. That's what I say. Prove me wrong. Because if you... I win either way, right? If you don't prove me wrong, I was right. I win. If you do prove me wrong, then the community wins. And that's a good thing. So, overall, it's a win for me. I really hope the community proves me wrong. I really do. I want it to be fun. You hope I'm wrong? I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong, because that would be good for the community of this game. It would be absolutely amazing. I just don't think I'm going to be wrong. The heck? Oh, these are, I forgot. These are non-aggro. I always forget about that. Word will get out to a larger MMO PvP community that there is a new server to greet people on, and they will come for MnM too. Oh yeah, they'll come here. That's going to be the thing. They're going to come here in droves when it actually launches, and that's what's going to ruin it. There's already people waiting to do it. Right now, those people are just like, why would I play it right now? Like, there's very few people playing. The game's not released yet, etc., etc. But as soon as they hit EA, depending on how popular this game is, if it's popular enough, which I think it will be, yeah, it won't take long for the griefers to come out of the woodwork and try to be like, hey, this is how I'm going to ruin your day today. Just look at WoW Hardcore. People made discords and guilds, etc., just to grief people. They do, yeah, absolutely do. They like to do it. They find joy in that. That to them is fun. I think if you're part of the griefing community, then sure, it's fun. But if you just want to play the game and, you know, you want to actually role play with some PvP in there, or you want to do like the realm versus realm style PvP stuff, you know, all that kind of stuff, like those players are going to get griefed and they're going to quit. And that's going to be your vast majority of players. Like, the griefers are absolutely the minority. But they ruin it for everybody else. It's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I hit level 9. I didn't have a level 9 spell. I'm not going to lie, I'll be one of those griefs to an extent, but I'm playing now, so I know we have to do it in release. Well, there you go. Good luck. Don't complain when the servers are dead and there's nobody to grief. That's all I can say about it. I'm not going to continue to keep corpse camping unless they keep bind pushing. Yeah, I mean, it's... You know, and also what you consider griefing, other people may not consider griefing. You know, that's a whole other thing. So. Anyway. I hope you get what you want out of it. That's all I can say. I won't be playing it, so I don't care what they do with PvP. Because I just don't want to play it. PvP server, you didn't catch a contact? Oh, yeah. He's hopping into stream. What about the zone entices griefing? Oh, no. Yeah, we're talking about PvP. Yeah. You might be the first person to acknowledge that they just joined a stream halfway in a conversation and didn't get the full context before jumping down somebody's throat. So kudos to you, Andrew. Kudos to you. Most of the time people come and be like, I disagree 1,000,000,000%. You are absolutely wrong in everything that you're saying. By the way, what are you talking about? It's hilarious, dude. My goodness. Context matters. All right, I got to get something to eat, man. I am hungry, and I'm getting a headache. And I want to stream for a while today because I'm only going to stream for a little while tomorrow. Tomorrow's my birthday. So I'm going to stream and go pick up my kid from his summer camp. And then I'll be hanging out with him most of the rest of the day tomorrow. You won't be playing that? Feels like a bigger waste of time than being a gamer? Yeah, exactly. Like the PvP, like, I want to play a game. I don't want to just get camped all day. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna make a sandwich real quick, and then I'll be right back. We're gonna stream a good bit today. I'll be on, but give me just a minute, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. You scared me? Oh no. Had you up on another tab, forgot about the stream? No, don't forget. Don't forget about me, guys. This makes my entire day. If you guys forget about me, then nobody will love me. Now, you guys probably mostly hate me anyway. It's okay. I get it. I understand. I'm not mad at you. You stepped away and I thought I'd do some work and just zoned out. I get it. I get it. At the end of the day, that's what I do. I like to zone out. Absolutely like to zone out. Like when I've streamed for so long, man, I just like, I turn off the stream, I turn on some TV, movie, something, chat with friends. By the way, Kaz, are you still here? Are we going to go to camp this stuff today? Esar was waiting for you to go camp those keys. I need to know too, like when we're gonna do that, because I want to give this group like, you know, a little bit of a heads up, or find them a replacement. You got to poop? Oh, jeez. Well, that's nice. Can we sort these by level? Bad attention is still attention? Absolutely is. It absolutely is. I get more attention when I say something shocking to people that they disagree with than anything else. So, you know. I don't know. Stop responding to it and I'll stop saying it, I guess. I don't know what else to say. Why am I hungry? Did I run out of food? Uh-oh. I did run out of food. You know if tailoring can do any charisma stuff? I think yes. I like they have a hat, chest, and legs they can make. One of those might have charisma on it, but I don't remember the exact stats, to be honest with you. I need to pick up cheese. Is that, can I eat cheese? Is cheese a snack? It's not a snack. Cheese should be a snack. Why is cheese not a snack? I need some goblin meat so I can cook it and eat it. I'm lactose intolerant. Look at my traits. I am lactose intolerant in real life. Maybe my character just took over my own traits. Can I eat that lemon? Ah, I ate something. Is it the lemon? I think I ate the lemon. Yeah, I ate the lemon. Why can I eat the lemon and not the cheese? That's weird to me. Wait, what? Hang on. Two things popped up very quickly right there. I'll read them both in a second. I got a quick question. Where are some of the best places to gear up from level 14 to 20? I would say Ancient Crypt is probably your best place to actually get gear. Because you're going to be able to get some named with some drops. Sorry, I have a nose itch. I have notes, and I'm able to rapidly level fast 1 through 12. Yeah, I mean, starting around level 12-ish, you can start going into Ancient Crypt. And, yeah, you can get some named in there with some gear. It's weird to me. I keep hearing discourse and opinion as a matter of mutual understanding instead of arguments to fight over. Also like picking your brain since you have more time in game. I definitely have a lot of time in game, yeah. I definitely have that. Hey, what's going on, Don? How you doing, bud? I was asking why I can eat celery and not lettuce. Wait, is that actually true in this game too? You can eat celery but not lettuce? Yeah, maybe they need to fix that. That seems like a bug if they right? Is it not a bug if you can only eat some of the food? I'm doing great, Don. Thanks for asking. Wow, if I can speak today, I appreciate it. Actually, there you go. Enchanted linen pants. So, tailored enchanted pants have charisma on them. That's at least one item with it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm here for. For anybody, that has questions or whatever, if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. I am happy to try to help if I can. If I know the answer, I'll give it to you. If not, I'll give you my best guess. But yeah, that's kind of why I'm here. I do have the ability to play the game more than most. So hopefully I get lots of extra information for you all that may otherwise be difficult to find. I had a guy in my guild yesterday or the day before that was asking me about some information, and he's like, I checked the wiki, and the wiki's all over the place. He just doesn't know. The wiki is, it's got some good information on it, but not a lot. I was in AC. I ran out of food because I had summoned food and it disappeared. I got an onion. Couldn't eat it. And I got a head of lettuce. Couldn't eat it, but you could eat the celery. Huh, that's weird. I mean, you should be able to eat all those, right? If I was starving out in the middle of the woods somewhere and I came across any of those things, like an onion, I would eat it. Anything to get in my stomach, some calories. That's all you need, man. May not be the best food, may not taste perfect, but I would eat it. How easy is it to complete the full set of Wormsbane armor? It is not easy at all. I know a lot of higher levels are camping the name that dropped the quest armor pieces. It's not easy. It's way, way, way too rare, in my opinion. You know, it's decent armor, but people mostly are doing it for the cosmetics of it. To be honest with you, like that's the reason. They're not doing it because the stats are good. They're doing it because they want to complete the set for the cosmetics. Worst bug I've seen so far is when I got raised. Instead of bringing me to my body, it brought me into the sky and I was drowning. Nice. Nice. That sounds fun. This game needs a / location. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it needs location or not. Well, is there a sense heading? No, there is a spell for like true north to tell you where north is, but there's not a sense heading to tell you like which direction you're facing. And the spell can only be cast by people that can cast spells. I think everybody that can cast spells can use it. So that only leaves out like 4 classes. Done pooping? Get on Discord. Are you guys ready to do stuff? Let me see where you join here. Discord. Gotta get on Discord. Yep. All right, let me see if I can get a replacement for this group. I don't want to leave them hanging, although they'll probably be fine without me. I mean, I don't care either way. I just got tired of having one person have to log in for it. Not soon enough. My 12 cleric on test didn't have the option. Uh-oh. Can you walk me through how to find and or join a group or do content and what to look for early levels? I mean, kinda. So the best way to find a group is to go here to hit inventory and go to your social tab over here. And then go to the group finder. And then this is the looking for more, and this is the group list, and then looking for more lists. So you can kind of see who's looking for group and who's got groups that are looking for more. And then that's a good way to find players. And then once you find the players, then you find a place to group up. Generally, I would just say the best way to do that is talking to people and learning where different camps are for different levels. That's the best way to do it. And then as you just learn the game, it'll just slowly open up, and you'll find groups and know where to go. What's the difference between a 2-box server and a box server? Box server allows you to box as many characters as you want. A 2-box server means you can have up to 2 characters at one time. So I could play like my tank and my healer, right? And be able to duo things. I think they're looking for somebody to replace me, so. Yeah. I'm just trying to be nice. I don't want to dip out on a group, you know. Where do you need a port to, though? Okay. Yeah, I think I logged out there. I can port you guys both over there in a second. No, okay. Weren't you in town? Actually, no. I'm in Shallow Shoals. I can meet you at one of the portals. That's fine. No, I'm in the Giants area. I should be. I just camped out there where we were last night. You could run to Glass Flats and we can evac there. Just pick you up over there if you want. Two boxes tabbing between accounts, and box server is a server that allows more than one account active. Some game servers do not allow more than one account active at a time. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Like I don't know. I all right, I'm coming now. Here, I'll just camp here. Look, 2 more people just left the group. I guess everybody's leaving the group. Bummer, guys. I didn't mean to destroy your group. They should have been fine there for a little while. All right. Depends on what cliff. Not really. It's a pretty sharp cliff. Alright, where you at, Kaz? No, you're not. No, you're not at the right one. It's over here. He's level 60. He's the guy that sells the portal spells. All right, where are we going? Glass Flats and picking you up, Isar? All right. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Sure is. Okay, where's evacuation? There it is. Can't remember where I put my new spells. All right, we're at the zone line, Glass Flats and Shade or Sungreet. Well, I mean, I can give you Invis to get past stuff on the wizard. Yeah, I'm exactly where we were last night. I haven't played him. Yeah, I guess run over there with you. I got 30 minutes left too. No, we'll port you over there. At least I'm pretty sure I didn't move him last night. I'll double check when I get over there, but. Well, if we do this 2-box server, that'll be good because then we have our static group, and then when people have to log out, we can log them in. So that'll work out okay. And then later on, we can use to power level characters if we need to. and for camping and whatnot. Yeah, right now that would be the best choice, but we'll have to see what they do when they actually change these classes. We will need a cleric eventually, though. We'll pretty much just have... Well, we need one of each of the healers. We'll need probably a druid and a wizard for ports. Just make a bunch of different classes and power level them up. But make sure they're on different accounts so that we can move people around and stuff too. Like, I'm actually enjoying the wizard. It's pretty fun. I mean, not since the change, but it's pretty fun class overall. No idea. Yeah, I don't know on that one. I'm running. Oh, I'm beside you. You haven't turned your camera? I'm behind you now. Punching out. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, take care, Cage. Have a good one. We're going to go over here. We're going to camp a mob that we were camping yesterday and just kind of chat and camp some giants a little bit more. I can make Sal potions. I just need to get some more. What I want to do is get more stuff to level up a little bit more so I can guarantee to make them. But I can definitely make them now. Yeah, they'll have 10 charges, so I'll get those. That's what I was doing this morning on my wizard, is I was collecting more components to level up a little bit more. Yeah. You want to see this nuke? Watch this. You ready? You ready? Watch. Yeah, watch it. Watch it. Here it goes. Big nuke coming. Boom! It's so dumb, dude. That was 2,800 damage. 2,800. Yeah, but it's 2,800 damage, dude. It's nuts. They didn't take away the spells that they should have taken away. I still have my Mantle of Lava and my Fires of Eth. Both of those spells should have been taken away. Yeah, they need to just go and, like, one time clear all ability bars. Because now I've got those as cantrips, so they're never going to go away, even if I die. Correct. So I just keep it, and it's an overly powerful spell now. I mean, the spell's still in the game because Elementalists can still use it, but what they did for the wizard is they completely wiped their spell book. and it was in my spell book, but it was already on my ability bar. So I can't remim it, but I already had it on my bar, so I just put it in as a cantrip. Same thing with the Mental Alacrity, which, by the way, I did not... There we go. Now that's a cantrip, too. Mental Alacrity is broken right now. It stacks with the other thing. Here's Invis. I will. But yeah, Mental Alacrity stacks with the new Arcane Acceleration thing. So it's just like really powerful. You can get like 70% spell haste right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's really dumb. Well, I mean, you can only do it if you had Mental Alacrity on your bar, because they got rid of that spell. So because I have Mental Alacrity, and then I put up, if I get like the stacks, and then I use Arcane Acceleration, I get both of those buffs, and they stack. And that is, I think, 60% or something, and then you can get like an item that gives you more. You know, if Skyseer Illy will Death Touch the Skeletal Plague Drake summon from Nyx on a level 25 character? I don't know. If it should Death Touch the yeah, it should. Sorry, they're chatting in my ear. You can sit there. I can get on my fighter and bring him down there, and we can kill it if you want. Or I can DPS on the wizard, and Isar can tank it. I don't know. All right, let me get on Cradle then. But yeah, it should Death Touch. It should Death Touch a level 25 pet. But I don't know. It'll path. There it goes. Ah, crap. I'm actually in Night Harbor. I must have moved him for some reason. I didn't think I moved him yesterday. See if I can get a port. Alright, I asked around an OC and stuff. I'll start running that way. Actually, let me get a new sow before I run that way. I've only got 8 minutes left on mine. But yeah, that's why I want to be able to have a wizard and druid on another account. Yeah, well, if they do that, I think they're gauging interest, I think, at this point.
I mean, I don't think many people know about it yet. They are. They're definitely listening. Wow, there's so few wizards on right now. Oh, I can bring... Oh, shoot. No, I can't. I was going to say I can bring some invis potions, but I'd have to log out and switch them around. I have a few, though. Like 3 or 4. We might as well run them over here. Okay. I'll be at the north gate. I was going to run from there. I don't know if it's actually faster, though. Actually, Westgate might be faster than going through Fallen Pass, huh? I'll go that way, and you can auto-follow me. I'm only going to be on for morning to afternoon tomorrow. It's my birthday, so I'm picking up my kid from camp, and then I think we're doing family stuff most of the evening. There's like a Pokemon event happening around here somewhere. Might go take him to that. Here we go. What's the point of doing all the trade skill leveling and money making when it will all be wiped in a few months anyway? I'm doing it for testing purposes. I don't generally do trade skills to sell stuff and make money. I'm just doing it to test it out, to see how it works, see what's good, see what's not good. Like, so the point of it is literally for testing, because I am a tester. I mean, no point in playing this game at all if all you're playing it for is, you're like, oh, it's all going to get wiped, so why even play it? There's literally no point in playing it. I just high AC, don't know the rest of it. We could, yeah. What are we up to? I'm running over to Glass Flats. We're gonna go camp some giants, I think. I thought my fighter was over there, but apparently my fighter was not over there. So, oopsie-poopses. Oh, you got a mask on Esau, right? I'll give you a Dex enchantment for it. Get over there, I'll make one for you. Wait, did I lose you? Yep. It's possible. I might see your dog. It might be going away soon. Yeah, I wish they would do more with the pets. Like, that's the problem with the pets right now, is they can only be like one thing. Exactly. If they added more functionality with different types of pets, then yeah, we could give, like the druid could have a different type of pet, and shaman. But they're just DPS things. That's all they are. My headache went away. I think I needed the caffeine. I think I had a caffeine headache. Or maybe a food headache. Because I ate some food and I drank a Coke. So. Oh, where's your character going? Oh, there you go. They need to give wizards a familiar. So yeah, stuff like that would be cool. You know, like a wizard having a familiar. You know, a druid pet having something, you know, that's not a damaging pet. Like it's just like used for something else. You know, that kind of stuff would be fun. I'd love to see it. Shaman druid as well, since they taking pets away. Yeah. Owl. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, like they could have like a little imp pet or something that instead of having their mana or their damage volley ability that they do, have their pet do it. Yep. That could be their auto attack or something, you know? When they turn on auto attack, their pet just kind of shoots out bolts every now and then. Squirrel that forages around you for food for 2 minutes. Yeah, like something like that for a druid would be fun, where they, like the druid, you have like a little pet that goes out and forages for you, you know? That'd be cool. That looks really cool with this snake right here. And the fire. That looked really cool, actually. That was a nice nice image right there. Yeah, they shouldn't aggro at this level. I wish more of the solo players like would come out here and solo this stuff. Like if they made the game challenging enough, which is the direction they're going, this would be a really good zone to solo in, because there's mobs just kind of scattered around. You know, nobody's going to want to come here in group. This is what solo players should be doing. Exactly. They want to solo reds and solo named camps and stuff, and it's like, that's... like, I don't know, it just defeats the whole purpose, I feel like. Like, why would you want a group if you can solo the same content? Yeah, it's dumb. And they're just, because they can debuff the named and then buff their pet and boom, win. And then when their pet gets low on health, they break the charm and it heals up quickly, and then they charm it again. Like, it's just the whole thing. Like, they're just going to get more and more and more efficient at it too. That's the thing. Like, we've only seen the beginning stages of it, and it's already bad. So how do you think it's gonna get worse the better people get at it? Man, when they fill in this entire game, though, it's going to take so long to run from one side to the other side. It is going to be awful. I think if we do the 2-box server thing, I think I will have a wizard just for getting around. Either wizard or druid, just for teleporting around. That I don't know. They might end up going to the 2-box server. I know that Hoku just wanted to be able to box a character. Like, I don't think he boxes a bunch, but he'll want to box like a shaman, shaman monk duo or something. So yeah, that might change where they go. Yeah, I think a lot of people will go there, so we'll have to see. It's possible. They'll make 2 and then have them be able to merge into each other if it needs. Yeah, at least for now. It sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm already appearing. I'm a cheater. Yeah, I don't know how they broke that and then fixed it and then broke it again. Like this dupe bug thing is just crazy. Yeah, which is the same thing we had on Alpha like months ago. Like, how did they break it again? What happened to the mobs that were out here? He's in the corner. I mean, if somebody had a foot fetish, this is going to be their favorite place to fight. Just going to sit over here all day and just like stare at giant feet. I'm curious about the zoom in. Didn't they fix this? I thought they fixed the silhouette where you don't see your mask anymore. I feel like it's still there. Just need some fungal monster and some fungal spores on those feet. Yeah. Yeah. Get like a giant wart that just randomly like spews pus. Like blinds you. That'd be so gross. Oh God, that'd be nasty. Like in Mario Kart, you know, when you get hit by the oil, and it's just like pus running down your your screen. Oh God. Ugh. Oh jeez. Have you seen any 60 spells drop? I've seen several 60 spells drop, yes. Hey, we did it! We did it! Well, we got the garbage item. Actually, I can give that to my my spell blade. Not that I need to, but no spoilers. Oh, I'm not spoiling anything for you. Kaz is not on a rampage. He is. I think he's anonymous or something. Any idea what level mobs drop it? You know, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Kaz, you're gonna aggro. Well, yeah, it did. Here, I'm outside. It's fading fast on me today. Oh crap! I'm appearing again.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I actually think that like having invis wear off faster on like plate wearers is actually a good idea, even though it would further suck for me. But like maybe that should be a thing. It's fading again. I don't know if I can make it to the camp. Maybe. Nice, made it. Oh, you didn't make it. I'm on the dog. Actually, we do need to camp these wolves and get more wolf hearts so I can make the potions. Sow potions. I think he's bringing Isar up. I got it. I'm gonna build up some thread on this and then run to the restroom while I auto attack it. Alright, be back in a second. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick while this dies. Right back, guys. 1 minute. And I'm back. Okay. Earlier said Monster Memories has some things similar to Final Fantasy 11. What are some examples? Just like the old school gameplay. You know, there's people like Just Let Me Play who's in chat often. He played a lot of Final Fantasy 11. He could probably tell you better than I can, like some direct similarities. But yeah, this game is based on a lot of old school MMOs. Clearly, it's most closely related to EverQuest, but it's got stuff from a bunch of games. I don't right now. I'll probably have them by tomorrow or something. Like, I just got to get more skill. I don't want to fail on making a bunch of them because they're kind of pain in the butt to get the components. So once I level up a little bit more, I'll make some. Yeah. The mask? Oh, do you still have it on GIF? Is the wizard at 60? Yeah, he's been 60 for a few days. Before I had him 60 before the wizard update, which is what I was trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have your buffs, Kaz. I like these new spell icons. I'm glad that there's like new ones. Yeah, hopefully they keep doing that. They do need more still, yeah. Like I've got 2 strength ones. Well, they're making them by hand. They're trying not to use AI. Like that's one place that I think AI could be used. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
My friend got hacked today, and he was spamming a bunch, and I was just talking to him about it. Did you guys get messages from Dirk today, by the way? Yeah, he got hacked. Do 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 do. I mean, I could probably solo pull it when it moves now. Oh, it might be tough with just me and Cass.
Yeah.
I want to get a slow procking weapon. That'd be awesome. Like, even if it's just like a 20% slow or something, like a low level slow proc. Love that. That bow, by the way, turned out nice to be able to have that. Since the Yeah, exactly. It's a free 5 strength or whatever it is. I think it's 5. Yeah, free 5 strength. I mean, you went really far. I mean, you could pull them and then just jump down the cliff, couldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
You gonna tell him you got a bone to pick with him when you do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would hide and then, yeah, just pull him, hide back here. And then when he moves closer, we'll do the rotation. All right, I'll get first interrupt then. So yeah, pull back there, kill the pet, and then I'll interrupt after the first cast, which you should be hidden for.
Yeah.
Did they get rid of the elemental that's under there? Like they added that fire, didn't they? Was that there before? Yeah. Well, C's up right now. There's no elemental. Yeah, I thought you guys said that we found his third drop at one point, and then we just didn't post it anywhere. I don't know. No, Old Scar was way later. We found its first. Well, I wasn't here for that either when you guys found that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I swear that you guys found it, or we all found it, I think, one day when we were camping over here, and it was lackluster. Otherwise, he just has the bracer and the weapon, and that's it. That's all we know about. maybe he only has 2 drops, but it'd be kind of weird because otherwise it's just going to be 1,000 of those bracers. I mean, technically, once they fix the AC, it probably is an upgrade. But I don't think the stats were that great, if I remember correctly. I think that was the problem with it. I have to look, because this has only, what, 3 strength, 6 stamina, 2 agility, and 20 HP. Alright, I interrupted that one. Casting now. Alright, get the next one. Casting Isar. Alright, you're on the next one, Isar. That's you. What would shield? Oh, like the rune shield thing? You. Yep. Yep. He's hitting for like 230. Oh. I don't know. I use kick. I can stun the next one if I need to. Slow, man. It's huge. I don't know. I assumed it was. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably just the bug. Yeah, because I see 2 Kazas as well. Yeah, like the shoulders have 60 AC, so it's 12 more AC, 2 more strength, but no stamina. And no agility, which kind of sucks. So it's way more or way less health. So I don't know. Right now, I would say the 2 agility and the extra stamina is worth more than that 12 AC. But in the future, those shoulders might be better because AC might mean more, and they might buff the shoulders too. They need to buff those shoulders. They're not nearly good enough. Okay. And try to grab the dog too if you can, if it's over here. Wait, can you train it the other direction, or would that be easier? All right, guys, Kaz, just make sure you stay over here on this side. Just anywhere over here is fine, because that gives him room to drop down that cliff over there. Especially if he can do it before he summons his pet. We don't have to worry about that either. Actually, we won't be able to do that because he spawns at the forge. That's up to you. You do whatever you want to do, and I'll pull him whenever I can. Uh-oh, I'm going to need to get more food soon, too. Holy moly. I might start breaking down these wrists. I mean, they're good wrists for spellcasters, but if we don't have anybody that needs them, I'm just going to break them down for disenchanting materials. Oh, yeah, and here, take this as well. Oh, I mean, yeah, we'll find out. Oh, those are magic powder. Those are terrible. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should be able to, like, train them across the bridge. Probably can go across the bridge, go up the ramp, and then come back down. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, without Sal, that's gonna be rough because they got a huge aggro range. Yeah, I'll work on that and get them hopefully by tomorrow. The mats aren't hard to get; it's just the skill, and I don't want to fail on a bunch of it.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I've got cotton ones on me. You want some? Yeah, I'll give you a stack of cotton. I can actually start making linen ones, but I'll probably fail a bunch.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Pop, I'm going to pull him, Kaz, before he casts his pet. Oh, crap. Oh, geez. He actually did have the elemental did pop. And it is coming. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm camping. It's 15 seconds. All right, I'm out. Yeah, so he does spawn with the elemental. I did not see the elemental. He's going to have to move then. Yeah, I got to figure out how to get back up here. We might have to get you to log in. Yeah, I had to. Oh, I didn't realize you can climb back up there. I can't now. I'm all the way down at the bottom. And I only have Invis versus Undead potions on me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would it suggest dual wielding for a fighter over two-handed or one-handed shield? Yes, absolutely. Dual wielding is the way to go. At least right now. That might change in the future. All right.
Yeah.
Wait, are they coming to me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be fine. They didn't grab the ones on the side over there, but it's fine. I don't need to get any of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the big giant area in VOZ? Yeah, it is. All this right here, it's just all giants up in here, all through here, over here, just giants everywhere. What weapons do you recommend? Rocking the Tree Feller. So the Tree Feller is a very good weapon. If you're going to use a two-hander, I would recommend. Okay, yeah, I'll just have to wait till it passes over so we don't get the elemental. But yeah, the Tree Feller is very good. If you have that, use that until you get better weapons. There's only like, for one-handed weapons, you need to have some really good weapons to be better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you run over here, like the giants that you see are all the way over here. Over here and then over this way where these pillars are. But all of this throughout all this here, it goes up a ramp here, goes inside of this mountain right here. All this back here. It's all giants. All this in here, up here, down this way. Like just stuff everywhere. There's a lot of giants over here. The problem is with these giants, though. Hang on. The problem with these giants, though, is I interrupted it. I got it. I got it. I stunned that one too. I'll get the next one as well. All right, now I'm out. You'll have to get the next one. Casting. See, I can get the first 3 while you kill the ad, I guess. I use the defensive cooldown. Casting, Isar. All right. Casting. Like how big and cool they designed, but the area is so desolate. Yeah, that's the problem, is the mobs are so big here that they're so far apart that it just feels really bad to fight the giants, right? I think what they should do is significantly increase the health of these mobs. Increase the TTK of these, like, significantly, make them do more damage, and then increase their XP. That's what I would recommend for it. Then they don't have to, like, pack in a bunch of mobs, you know? Like, they don't have to have giants all standing on top of each other. But I don't know what their plan is with it. It needs more. There's too sparse. So it's not good XP to be over here. I mean, the sad part is this is about as hard as Nyx with 3 people. Like, it's dumb. I got the gate. I got the gate. Somebody's got to get that. Got another platinum brand. Yep. I'm going to start disenchanting these, I think, and get the tier 5 materials for our stuff. Because, I mean, this is a good bracer, but we're going to get a bunch of them, I think. Yeah, I got one on my wizard. Oh, nice. See, I got the Vessel of Magic, which is what I needed out of these. It's actually mostly what I need at this point. Easter, I gave you weight stones, right, for your weapons? You don't have weight stones? All right, here. That's half the ones I have right now. I'll get more later. That's 8 hours worth, though, so should last for a while. How have I attempted 15 of these and gotten 0 skill ups? What the heck, dude? $20 of them. $25? Those are linen bandages, so those are going to be better than the cotton ones I just gave you. I'm still trying to level that up, though, so I'm not going to get nearly as many of those. That's bananas, dude. Trying to level that? That is awful. 25 attempts and 0 skill ups? Like, come on, dude. That's stupid. And that's at 36 skill. Like, you would think you would gain at least 1, right? Hope for another wave invite soon. Have no key for me. Yeah, possibly tomorrow. I mean, I don't know. I don't know when they're going to do it, but possibly tomorrow. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hopefully we see this weapon. We're trying to get another one of these is what we're trying to get for those that are curious. This is one of the weapons that I use. We're trying to get another one for Isar. And I'm hoping it gets buffed. It needs to be buffed. Like, I wish they would add a proc to it. Yeah, I saw that. I saw two of them just appear over here. Yeah, it hasn't respawned yet over here, so can't grab whatever pops. I mean, if it spawns soon and it moves, I'll grab it, but I don't think it's going to spawn and move quickly enough now. Alright, Geomancer popped. I'll wait for it to move. Alright, Ink Kaz. Yeah, it's got the Geomancers coming. Yeah, I'm on it. I'm killing it. I don't think so. Well, it's got no mana right now, so we're good. Oh boy. Hi, how was the pool? Yeah? What is this, lore? No, this is not lore, so I could put 2 of those on like a spell blade. A spell blade. What is this? What am I being sent? Did you get it? All right. Yeah, that bugs out. It's like you get it where you get like the invite and then it immediately goes away. It happens to me all the time. Yeah, I think as long as you don't disrupt other people, it's fine. I don't think that's an issue. Hey, what's going on, Sal? How you doing, bud? You good? Thanks for helping me pass the workday. Yeah, no worries. Happy to be here. I don't see anything. Well, they're walking back, yeah. Wolf and a couple of giants. Not where I'm at now. No mobs. Well, there's the one giant on the other side, but we're not pulling that one.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, boy. This camp sucks.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
It's possible.
Yep.
Always. Always cheating. All right, it popped. Geomancer popped. Not yet. I'm not pulling it yet. Go wait. They're going down to you. They're running. No, they're running all the way to the ramp, like all the way around. All right, ink. Maybe. Watch out for that dog. Why is it coming over here? I don't know why that dog came so far. No, I'm good. I moved. Yep. Curious, Colonel, how do you feel about the new class changes? Wizard's awful. Spellblade seems okay. Archer seems pretty good. Druid is a mixed bag depending on if you like the season system or not. Some people like it, some people don't like it. I personally, from what I've seen of the system, the Druid system, I probably won't like it very much. But I have not played it, so I don't know. Feel like you have to explain the Druid season system and all the spell blade rotation system is too much. Yeah, that's going to be the issue with it. Is like it depends on a lot of things. Like the Spellblade, I think is too high of APM at this point to be played well. And you either are going to play it with a lot of skill and be really, really good at it, or you're going to play it with very little skill and be terrible at it. And it's going to make a big difference between a well-played Spellblade and a not well-played Spellblade. At least with the wizard system, with the glyphs, you can play without the glyphs and still do very, very well. Or you can play with the glyphs and just have access to more spells. So, like, there's a balance there. But a well-played Spellblade is going to be very much way better than somebody that isn't willing to do all the rotations and stuff. And I think that's going to be a problem with this game in particular. This game isn't meant to be a high APM, high skill check game, but that particular class is a very high APM, very high skill check class at the moment to be played well. Now you can, just turn on an infusion, turn on auto attack, use some abilities. You can do that, but you're not going to be nearly as good as somebody that's willing to rotate it. And what I've found, because I messed with it today, is the level 8 ability, specifically that level 8 ability. So you're going to have an infusion, fight a mob, use your level 8 ability, switch infusion, fight a mob for a little bit, use your level 8 ability, switch infusion. You're going to keep constantly bouncing around that way. And it's going to take some practice for players to be able to do that. And some people just won't pick it up. Some people will pick it up really well and easily, and it's going to be amazing. But the people that don't pick it up may as well not be playing a Spellblade. Jury's still out for me on the seasons mechanic. Yeah, Vor. I think for me, I wouldn't like it, to be honest. Like I would not like that system. So right now I have like no intentions of playing a druid, but I think some people will like it. I think it'll be fun for some. Druid main, we got a buff, but numbers can always be tuned up or down. I don't find the season system especially, but it's fine. A lot of druids are like, we're so much powerful. Like you think you're a lot more powerful. Probably just a result in the first healer to receive their new class package. I don't find dots being replaced by Frostbolt to be fun gameplay. Yeah, like I don't know what's going to happen with that. I feel like the druids, if you were playing a druid prior to the update and you're playing a druid now, you feel like you got a lot more powerful. I don't think that's because of the druid changes. I think that's because of the wisdom changes factoring in to your heals. So like a cleric right now, this cleric in my group, Kaz right here, when he heals me with his like heal, like a small heal, he can still heal me for like 2,000 damage. It's in a ridiculous amount. Like he can't even use his biggest heals right now. They're just overkill. I have a shaman that I group with a lot. He's healing for stupid amounts, like 400 damage per tick. So every 6 seconds, I'm getting 400 damage on his heal. Like it's all healers right now are healing for a significant amount. So I think with the druid, they're healing for a lot, but then they're also doing decent damage. And then when they make those new wisdom changes with the wisdom causing damage, it's just going to be like druids are going to be huge. Everybody's going to want to play one because they're going to be doing lots of damage and they're going to be doing lots of healing. They're going to have to balance that quite a bit. It's way out of balance right now. I like the idea, just not sure of the mechanic of it. Yeah, the idea is cool, just like the idea for the glyphs is cool. But when you actually get in and play with those mechanics, sometimes it's hit or miss. I feel like they miss the mark on the druid. Because you can only go forward in seasons, I don't like that. That you can't go backwards. So once you hit into autumn, you can't go back into summer without using your 20-minute cooldown, or you have to go all the way back around through winter, through spring to get to summer. Thematically, I like the idea because it's, that's how it works. You go summer, autumn, winter, spring, summer, autumn, winter, spring, and you keep going around in a circle. But in actual gameplay, it would be nice if you could go backwards. Any system that is played optimally will slot rank 1 spells is just plain bad. Any system that is played optimally by slotting rank... Oh, yeah. So you're saying, yes. That's what the issue is, I think, right now with the Druid, is you want to put rank 1 spells in the Druid to rotate you around the seasons. Once you, like, what season do you want to be in? Okay, I want to be in autumn most of the time, let's say. So now, once I get out of autumn and I hit winter, I just use level 1 spells to bring me back around to autumn. Like, that's the idea, and you want to, like, use those level 1 spells to rotate around. Same thing with the Wizard. Wizard right now, you want to use your biggest nukes, highest damage nuke that you have, but you also want to have your lowest damage cold and your lowest damage lightning spells equipped. And you want to use those, the lightning spell for interrupts and the cold spell for snare. But you only need to use the lowest level version of that because they do the exact same thing. Other than damage. The damage is the only thing that changes. So, you want to use the lower level versions. And that feels bad, right? You should want to use the higher level versions of your spells. As you level up, you always want to use the higher level. That's another issue with the Wizard right now is when you get a new spell in the same line, exact same line, 4 levels later, 8 levels, 12 letters, whenever you get a new spell, you don't necessarily always want to upgrade to that new spell. Oftentimes, when you do upgrade to the new spell, it does less damage for the amount of mana you're using, so the efficiency drops down. Why would you be less efficient when you drop down, become less efficient when you go up a tier in the spell? It just feels bad. You always want to be more efficient. So, yeah, there's just a few things they need to tweak and work out on that. The Wizard's getting changed soon. We'll have to see what the new damage numbers are. And so I'm kind of waiting on that one. Clearly a lot of people had issues with the damage numbers in the Wizard. So I'm kind of waiting at this point before I say too much more about them because they're going to be changing those numbers. If after they change the numbers, it's still less efficient, then I'll say something again because it needs to be more efficient every time you tier up. Like, it just has to be more efficient than the previous tier. That's going to feel bad if they don't do that. I think the 4 seasons is too much. Should have left it at winter and summer. I mean, maybe. What's that? All right. Yeah, we're waiting for it to move. Yeah, they're walking back and he's not moving from his spot yet, so I'm just going to wait. No, Elemental goes away when you kill Serlafont. No, there's another giant next to it. We will see. I do my Wizard with friends, Druid, trying to theory how we can duo quad. I think with this new AoE mana reclaim, they could dot an AoE nuke for half, then heal into spring for the mana regen and reapply dots and med. Wondering how the AoE reclaim will work. Yeah, the AoE reclaim thing seems really odd to me because what if you are AoEing a bunch of mobs and you're getting stacks on a bunch of those mobs and then you AoE reclaim all of them? Are you going to be getting back? It's 20 mana per reclaim, right? So you're going to be getting back 400 mana by reclaiming? Is that what their plan is there? It seems like a lot. All right, pulling these around the corner. Problem with Wizard interrupts is if you use the glyph You only have access to 5-second interrupt cast time. Yeah, that's the issue. That's a big issue, right? Like, that's a thing that they completely missed. They said that they were going to do it, and then they didn't do it. So, like, to get to cast a spell using the glyph system just takes longer, period. The spell time, the actual cast time, is not shortened. Even though they said it would be shortened. It's not. So, like, I don't know if that was a bug. I don't know if they didn't do that. Like, if they just missed that. I have no idea. So, like, they need to fix that, right? That's a huge miss. They also said they are upping the amount reclaimed. I bet it will still cap at 5 stacks reclaimed. 5 stacks per mob, though, or 5 stacks total? Like, that's the problem. It's gonna, I guarantee you they're gonna break it. Like, I can see it already. You get 5 stacks on 4 mobs, and you reclaim all 5 of those all at once. It's gonna be 400 mana reclaimed. Then you're gonna build up the stacks, reclaim 400 mana. Build up the stacks, reclaim 400 mana. With the current cost, though, of AoE spells, it may be fine. Like, it may not be an issue, because the amount of mana that it costs to cast an AoE spell versus the amount of damage that it does, it's terrible. It's awful. Like, it's almost not even worth casting AoE spells at the moment. Not mana efficient at all. I personally feel like casting an AoE spell... So let's say that your single target nuke does 1,000 damage for 300 mana. The AoE spell should do 1,000 damage if it hits 3 mobs. So it should do like 333 damage per mob, approximately 333 damage per mob for 300 mana. So it still does 1,000 damage if you hit 3 mobs. If you hit 4 mobs, you're gaining damage. Right? That's where I think they need to try to balance it. So that you can either on 1 or 2 mobs, you're casting single target spells. 3 mobs, you could do AoE or single target spells. And then 4 mobs, you want to do AoE all the time. That's what my recommendation would be. Damage mana ratio wise. Hey, what's going on, Davis? Druid change is fun, in my opinion. Trying to keep your stacks and not move out of spring. 10% damage, 10% and mana regen can be tricky if the group needs a lot of heals. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, it will always eventually go, right? Because if you cast damage, if you're in spring and you cast 5 damage spells, you're out of spring. Or 5 healing spells, you're out of spring, right? Because it'll take you around. So yeah, it's just that whole thing. It kind of feels bad. It's 2-to-1 rotation. So it was people telling me that it doesn't go backwards. You can't go backwards. So if you can only move forward, then you can't do it. So you have to do 2 damage spells, 1 heal to maintain it. Then it could be okay. Yeah. And take off. Take care, Don. Have a good one, bud. Yeah, like I said, I haven't played the Druid yet. And so I think some people will like it and some people won't. You know, it's going to be a balancing thing. You're going to have to constantly be watching your stuff. Like, I don't know. It could, for some people, they're going to like it. I don't know what's going to happen with it. I picture the Druid friend dots all 4 and nukes as well. Just interested to see if single mob killing will be more efficient. Yeah, I don't know. That's what makes it fun, is you watching it. Yeah, I don't like watching buffs. I can't stand that. I think that is the worst gameplay that a lot of these MMOs have done. Is like you're constantly having to watch your, like on a rogue in World of Warcraft. You have to build up the, whatever they're called. You know, you have the 5 different things. You use an ability and you gain 1 or to gain 2 or whatever. You have to build those up and then spend them and then build them up and then spend them. When I did that and I played those classes, I'm just constantly watching that because you don't always build them up. Like, you use an ability that'll give you 2 if you hit, but if you miss, then you gain 0. So you constantly are just watching to make sure that, okay, did I get 5? Spend it. Now I get 5, spend it. And it's just, I hate that gameplay. Can't stand it. It needs a UI element for sure, because you're right. Staring at a tiny number, my buff bar isn't great. Yeah, that's the problem. I hate that so much. It's so infuriating. Like, don't create a system. Don't create a system where you have to stare at a buff bar and look for a tiny little 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever it is that's in this corner. Like, that's just awful. Like, why would you think that's fun gameplay? Yeah, that's terrible. You can just know where you are, kind of resist. Don't get you a stack. That is bad. Yeah. So do you get a stack if you get resisted, or do you not in this? Because, like, if you don't get a stack, you just need to mentally keep track of it, right? I cast this spell, now I cast this spell, now I cast this spell. You just have to just mentally keep track. Think they will add an element? Yeah, they need to add something. They need to add something. Like, just use the pet window or something. I don't know. You have to watch for resist. Yeah, see, that sucks. That really sucks. I cast a spell. Did it get resisted? I don't know. Let me look at one of my 15 windows. You know, you can't actually. You're not playing the game. You're playing like a text simulator. Like, I'm constantly looking down here to see if I got resisted, or I'm looking at my buff bar to see if it actually went up. Like, that just feels bad. Yeah, just that feels bad to me. Like, that's poor game design. But I mean, a lot of MMOs do it. Like, that's not poor game design on these developers. They're doing the same thing that a lot of other games do. You know, I just personally don't like it. I won't play the rogue on, like, World of Warcraft. There's other classes. I don't like playing the ninja on Final Fantasy because of the different systems that you have to do with that. Like, yeah, the build up and spend gameplay is not my favorite type of gameplay. I just don't like it. I think I played what was the cat druid build called? It's the melee cat druid build on World of Warcraft. It did the same thing, I believe. It was build up like 3 stacks and spend it or something. I didn't like that gameplay. It was really good if you were good at it and you liked doing it. It was one of the strongest builds at the time, melee or damage wise. But yeah, I did not like it. I think that's why I like playing tanks so much, is on a tank I can just target mob, hit abilities. You know, like, it's very simple gameplay, and it's nice for me. You know, Wizard is one of those other ones too. Like, you want to build up stacks, but you didn't have to pay attention to the stacks on the Wizard. Now you kind of have to pay attention on the stacks. So, like, if I want mana on my Wizard, I use a volley and I reclaim. Then I use a volley and then I reclaim. Then I use a volley and I reclaim. I can keep doing that until I gain the mana that I want. Then I use a volley and I nuke and I nuke and I nuke. And then I use a volley, reclaim, use a volley, reclaim. That's the rotation that you should be doing on the Wizard, and I think the idea, but I don't think it's doing that very well right now. I enjoy both. Bard is my favorite, but so is Old School Wizard. Yeah, like, I like the Bard, but what I don't like about the Bard is if you miss a note. Like, that just gets infuriating to me. If let's say I'm doing a 5-song rotation, every 3 seconds I'm hitting a new spell. And then if I miss a note on one of those, though, now my whole rotation's messed up. Now I got to fix that, and you got to go back, and, like, it's yeah, I hate that. Like, that's where, like, RNG ruins the fun to me. Feral Druid. Yeah, that's what it was called. Thank you. I was playing that for a little while on World of Warcraft. And I hated the gameplay because it was build up 3 3 stacks or whatever, three things, and then spend it. Yeah, I don't like the build and spend gameplay. Unless it's guaranteed, right? If I like, okay, I'm going to use this ability and it guarantees me to gain a stack, whether I hit or miss, doesn't matter, but just using the ability gains the stack, that's okay, because then I can keep track of it mentally. I don't have to look at all the different things all over my screen, you know, and try to figure it out. You just know, like, okay, I've used this ability, now this ability, now this ability, now I can use this ability. Here we go. Pop. It's just Geomancer, though, so I'll pull it in a minute. If you get stunned, it feels bad. Yeah. If you get stunned, it felt bad. Like, if you had an AOE or something happen and you had to run out, and then you got to run back in. I always hated that on the Feral Druid, because it's like, now you messed up my whole rotation because I had to run out, and now I got to run back in. And yeah, it's just the whole everything about it. It's just awful. So yeah, I won't play another class like that. Not for like, I mean, I might play it for like funsies, you know, just like an alt character or something. But yeah, I won't play it for anything else. Ink Kaz. I got it. I'll get the next interrupt. Alright, Easter, you're next. Stop staring into your soul. Ah! Do 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 do. Timpico? I don't know. He was sitting over here. He hadn't said anything to me. I think monsters and inventory management. Yeah, that's a pretty true statement. You got to be very organized, I feel like, in this game. Luckily, as I've gotten older, I've become more organized, and I try to move things around, and but if this was younger me, holy moly, it would be a problem. Da, 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 da. Yeah, this is the part of the game where like people are not gonna like it, Some people will. I like this part of the game, but I don't think it's going to be popular. Where you're just like sitting in a camp for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours in hopes that you get the item that you're looking for. There's a lot of people that are just going to like, no, they're not going to be getting the best gear in the game because they're not going to be willing to do this. Like we've been sitting here at this camp for a couple hours. Do we make more backpacks and probably make another mule? Uh-oh. Yeah, I made a ton of backpacks and gave them to a lot of different bank alts. You're not willing to do that, Westmort? Yeah, a lot of people won't be. I enjoy it. Like this is fun to me. Like, just kind of sitting here hanging out, chatting, looking around in the world. All that kind of stuff. I enjoy it. You love farming, camping? Yeah, I think some people will, but they're way fewer of those than people that will complain. This one that's coming down now, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know where he came from. He just started walking that way. No. He can't scribe it anymore. It's not possible. The spell that I have on my wizard, it says I cannot use it, but I can use it. But it literally says when you open it up, you cannot use this spell. I enjoy the group atmosphere, but I don't like being forced to be in a particular camp. Yeah, I get that. I camped Grubfist with my friend for 2 hours and did not see him once. Imagine doing that with a full group and low rolling on the one drop you need. Yeah, that's going to happen a lot, Nova. And I think that will turn off a lot of people from this game. I really, really think it. Because, like, you're sitting here in this group. I happen to have, 3 people or 2 people that are sitting here with me doing this. But, theoretically, you would need a full group to do this camp. We're only pulling one mob and killing it. But to actually clear this camp, you would need a full group of high-level players. Like, we are all level 6, 57 on the cleric. And you're going to sit here for hours and hours and hours trying to kill this mob. And it may drop the item you need. Maybe, if you're lucky. And then you lose the roll. That's going to feel bad. It's going to feel really bad. Hobby is what you choose to do. A job is what you're forced to do. That's true. Imagine you camp him a second time and roll high, though. Yeah. You do feel good when you get the item you want. That's true. All right, we got Pop on Geomancer. Chance to spawn, X chance to drop, X chance to win a roll based on number of people rolling. Yeah, it's a whole thing. A lot of RNG there. I think the better than everyone raiding once a week and then having no way to be the best gear other than waiting until reset. Oh, crap. I thought that was going to hit me. That thing just warped back over here. I was sitting on that rock, and I was like, what the heck? No, Esar can pull it away. I don't know. I don't know why it appeared there. That was weird. All right, it's coming now. You're going to pull it, Esar? We can. I don't care. No, he's 58 or 59. Yeah, it's terrible XP. I think he's just testing to see how much damage he does now. Yeah, I'll invite him. See what's... I interrupted that one. I think joining a guild to help you get the loot is the way. It is. Working with other players is definitely the way to do it. But even then, you're just not going to be guaranteed to get the loot. It definitely helps, though. Yeah. They used to do it to me all the time because of the macroing thing. I used to run around like in Telekir and just spam my button for hours trying to get mats and stuff. Yeah, I mean, we've got the DPS now. If Tim Pecco's here and you're here, we could potentially just kill him. Lost my jewel crafting pouch and the mess of my inventory. Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Found it. Keep forgetting if I click my icon, it gets defaulted to the bank, not my inventory.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which heal are you using, Kaz? Your highest level one? What level is that one? I got 3,700, but yeah, you're complete healing me with the lower level one. Yeah, if I'm that low, then there's a problem. You need to feedback that. Because it's going to make it. No, don't assume they know anything. They have no clue what's happening. Because what's going to end up happening is the cleric is then going to be... They're going to get their best heal in the game at like level 50 rather than level 60. And they're never going to use their level 60 heal except for on extremely well like raid tank situations. Yeah, I mean, well, if I was like fully buffed for a raid, I would have 4,700. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I think you need to feedback it. Otherwise, like, they're going to think, okay, well, clerics are the best healers. They don't need other things, so they need to adjust healing for that. Well, yeah, but I mean, that should be going away too. Well, it's because Charm's not going away. They're just adjusting how it's going to work. Yeah, like that would be okay, or having all the threat go to the enchanter would be okay. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels really bad on a cleric if they can't use their highest level spells. Like, you would have to literally time that to where your tank has like 2 health and then it goes off. Which they could do. Like, you could have it where the tank takes a ton of damage, put up the rune shield, put up the... Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's not efficient at all, but it is instant cast. Crap. Named with, I gotta move. No. He's got the elemental pet. Yeah. For 5 minutes. I'm actually losing my other buffs, though. Oh, there's a... Yeah, there's a wolf.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, here it comes. I got it. No. Yep, got it. Yes. I stunned him. Oh, did he just fall? Oh, jeez. wrists, which Tim Pecco has one, so he can't use in a second. But Tim Pecco fell. He might be able to jump up in this corner right here. There it goes. He got it. Hang my beard off the edge for him, right? Just stick my head over. We're actually doing stuff. I don't really want to die, Kaz. That would have been a good spot to use your high level one. I thought you were healing. I looked up and didn't see that there was no heal. Buy one of those braces if you don't disenchant all. Guild Banka, my Wizzy still has plain wool. I might save a couple of them. We'll see. Yeah, I was just disenchanting them because we're probably going to get a bunch. I mean, I'm sure they would sell, but... Going to the devs, thumbing up my suggestions on Discord. That's a plus. Nice, nice. I hope they're good suggestions. I have to agree with them, or they're wrong. No, I'm sure they're good. I mean, I think everybody needs to, you know, like speak your mind on it. Let people know. Here's what I think, and here's why. People are going to disagree. People are going to agree. You know, it's whatever. Being able to utilize 3 flares to light up a path as Archer. Maybe utilize them as Archer. Have 3 different flares. I mean, yeah. Could be kind of cool. I could definitely get behind that. More ways to light up your hallway. Absolutely can get behind that. This game definitely, if they want to make it as dark as it is, they need to give us tools to lighten it up. You know, like more tools. Having to carry around, you know, torches and stuff is just awful. Utilize flares. Level 1 goes up. Level 2, level 1, 10. 2, level 30. Oh, yeah. Gotcha, yeah. I mean, that makes sense to me. Being able to have multiple flares out. I personally like that kind of stuff. Like, we need more ways to put light out. But friction, yeah. I mean, friction's fine, but have ways to combat it, you know? You don't want it, you don't make it easy, but have ways to go against it. Like, I don't understand why, like, let's make the game super dark, but give 0 light, you know? Like, that's ridiculous. I mean, granted, they don't have 0 light, but you get my point. Like, you should have ways to deal with the darkness. I got it. I'll get the next one too. Or you kill that ad. It's friction for friction's sake. Exactly. Like, and I don't like that. Like, that just feels bad. Like, why? Like, I don't understand some of the things that they do in this game is just they're bad. Like, just straight up they're bad. And they make 0 sense. You know, for anybody that plays the game daily, they're just going to be annoying. And you don't want that. Use magic missile to deal with the darkness? Yes. I cast magic missile into the darkness. But you're the sorcerer of light. Oh boy. But yeah, like, I don't know. Like, you have ways to deal with the darkness, right? We have torches. We have lamps. There are some items out there that you can get that are very rare, but you can get some items. You now have a light spell that wizards can cast. You have the flare spell that archers can use. Yeah. He can just log in whenever we do fun stuff. Yeah, it definitely makes it easier. Problem is for the immersion, but it's way darker than it would naturally be in real life. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, like that's what I've talked about several times. You look up here at nighttime and you have like 3 full moons. And then, you know, you turn off the gamma, which I have maxed out. You take the gamma down. Like dude, you know, I can't see anything. I feel like I'd be able to see better than this with 3 full moons outside. Kind of crazy. Does Elementus Fire Pet create light? It does, yes. It does. It's not much, though. It's not much. I'm with the devs on having a heavy night, but I want classes having the ability to see, utilize orbs and things. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't mind it being dark, but give ways to combat the darkness. You know, that's all I'm asking for. If you're going to make it dark, how do we get around that? You know, like one of the things that's frustrating me lately, and I've talked about it a lot today, actually, earlier today, is how little the fighter can do. And then people are like, well, the fighter shouldn't be the best tank in the game. Well, it can't do anything else. You know, it doesn't have buffs. It doesn't have like feign death or heals or any of the utility. It can't cast a light spell. Like, it just has nothing. You know, and that's one of those things. It's like you give value to that. You have to give value to that stuff. My game is significantly brighter than yours without increasing my gamma, but I can almost guarantee I have a better video card. You might, but I mean, video card isn't what makes it brighter or not, like, necessarily. Like, just having a better video card doesn't necessarily mean, oh, game's gonna be brighter. Even with infravision, it's still way too dark. Yeah, it's very dark. Not gonna lie, the first time I camped undead in Fallen Pass in the pitch dark and saw all the spooky glows of, and it was amazing. Yeah, I mean I love that, right? The immersion is awesome, but the immersion is good for somebody who plays the game a little bit. Hey man, wow! Like in a developer's standpoint, right? From a developer's perspective, as they're developing the game, they're like, man, I made these glowing eyes. We made it dark. Look how cool this looks when you come up to this area and you're looking at all of these mobs and they're glowing and all. Look how awesome that looks. Yeah, it does look cool. But when you've been playing the game for several hundred hours, you know, or you're at a camp for 5 or 6 hours, the coolness wears off. You know, the oh, look how cool that looks is no longer cool anymore. It's like living on the beach versus visiting the beach. People like to visit the beach, but once you live on the beach, you don't care anymore. Or just pick something in your city. How often do you go, you know, to a sporting event in your city? You know, like I could have gone to a Braves game all the time, and I used to when I was younger, but like I didn't go to downtown. I don't go to downtown Charleston and do stuff down there very often. You don't do things that are right there that you see every day because you're just like, eh. So like, I get that it looks really cool the first couple times you do it, but over time it's just like, okay, that's just everyday occurrence, you know, just an everyday thing. Then it just becomes tedious and annoying and unfun. One magical moment versus literally hundreds of hours required to play a game. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Good stuff, man. Keep being based. Haven't played much since Alpha Wipe, but hope you guys are doing well. We are. Yeah, we're doing great. I'm going to keep playing it. I'm enjoying it. You know, the game needs some love on certain aspects, and hopefully we can help the devs make that happen. What an odd flex. Yeah, it was kind of an odd flex, but you know, whatever. Is what it is. The hip lamp is cool, but the cost is too much. Yeah, well, there is a lamp in the game that doesn't use the lantern fuel. It's just 100% always. You can turn it on and leave it on all the time, but only some classes can use it. You know, so again, it kind of feels bad. It was probably just missed. It's probably supposed to be refilled, and the devs may not even know that it doesn't need to be refilled. And once they figure it out, they're going to be like, okay, well, I guess we're going to refill that lamp. I don't know. Maybe it was intended. I don't know. I have no clue. But the point is, like, it's going to make everybody want to have that one lamp that can use it. It's silly. Like, why did they make one lamp, one lantern in the entire game that has unlimited fuel? Like, I don't know. Sandstorms are cool the first time. Yeah, sandstorms are cool even the first couple times you get into them. Like, the first time I remember seeing a sandstorm, I'm like, dude, this is awesome. Like, this sandstorm's amazing. Then when you play the game and you're sitting in desert areas for hours and hours and hours, and a sandstorm pops up and it lasts for an hour, okay. It's not feeling fun anymore. This is not immersive anymore. This is just tedious and boring and annoying. You know, same thing. Make the video card argument. The problem is, unless you see my screen, you won't know what I'm talking about. Well, I mean, Westmore, I think the thing is like the video card isn't what's making your screen brighter necessarily, unless you went in your video card settings and turned up the screen. Your screen itself, maybe you're like, oh, maybe I have a better monitor or something. I mean, it doesn't matter, dude. The point is, like, my screen might be brighter than what you're seeing on Twitch. I have no idea. It depends on. There's a lot of factors there. There's a lot of factors. But you might have a better video card than me. Absolutely. I don't know. It doesn't matter, though. Like, game runs fine on my computer. I'm good. That's all I care about. Another day, another grinding. Yep. From what I understand, they want to have some perma-light items, but very rare. They have one that I know of, perma-light item, and it is very rare. Hit backpack lamp that is usable by everyone at a reasonable cost would suffice for me. Yeah. Don't mind the sandstorms, just like the 3 hours straight of sandstorms. Yeah, the sandstorms lasting for a long time, it was a problem. Wouldn't care about how long the sandstorm lasts if it was a rare event. Yeah. Your screen's black without HDR. Yeah, I think my monitor can do HDR, but I have HDR turned off. Most PC games, well, I don't know, they might be getting better now. But yeah, HDR was not really a thing with PC games for a while. Because, like, Windows didn't use HDR, and it just made everything get washed out and look terrible for a long time. HDR looks good on console games, but yeah, on PC, I usually have it turned off. I also, though, the bigger reason I have it turned off, here's why, is because I stream on Twitch and YouTube. If I'm streaming and I have HDR turned on, that means you guys have HDR turned on, which means that you all get a screen with HDR. If you don't have HDR, it just looks awful for you. So that's why I don't use it. That's the main reason I don't use it. And I don't want it to look terrible for you. So, yeah. HDR messes with colors? It absolutely messes with colors. Yeah, it's awful. You like to see some rare spawns during weather events? They already have that, Nova. That's the thing. Yeah, you can get next. Yeah, there already are weather events, day-night cycle mobs, all sorts of stuff like that. They're not common, but they're in the game. You never knew about HDR till Monsters and Memories? Really? Yeah, HDR has been around for a long time. Oop, I missed that one. Oh well, you don't have mana now. Any in the sandstorm? Yeah, there's a dragon. Glass flats during a sandstorm spawns a dragon. They also spawn those dust monsters, like sandstorm dust monsters. Those only spawn during sandstorms. But I don't think they drop anything or do anything special that I know of. They might. But yeah, I can't think of anything. I would imagine at this point somebody would have found something on them. They may not be talking about it though. It could be like super ultra crazy rare. And like one person's seen it and they didn't realize it was so rare and then they quit the game or something. I don't know. But I also have been playing MnM since maybe the second test. Yeah. Yeah, I've only used HDR on PlayStation and Nintendo Switch 2 and, you know, like console games. I've used it a little bit on my PC, but I don't use it while I'm streaming on my PC. Because I don't know who has HDR TVs or monitors or whatever that's watching. I thought there was 2 Permalite Lanterns, Pale Lantern, and another one from the Cultist. The one from the Cultist you need fuel for. Yeah, the Pale Lantern you don't. The Cultist Lantern you do. I'd kiss a cacti for a closed beta invite. Nice. What's this? What did you give me? Oh, the ornate. There's the ornate lantern right there. I don't even know if I can put it. I don't have inventory space right now. Yeah, it's on right now, but you can't see it during the day really, but it gives a purple. Here, next night I'll equip it and turn it on. But it's got like a purple glow to it. Yeah, my inventory is getting crazy from all this camping and stuff. I dump stuff off at the bank. This is ridiculous. 35 attempts. 35 attempts on this linen bandage. 0 skill ups. Like, what the heck, dude? At 36 skill? That is garbage. Why is it so slow to level up survival? I'm only at 36 skill. Like, come on. That's dumb. They got to fix that. It should definitely level up faster than that. Yeah, at the low skill, I mean, once you get to higher skill, sure, like make it slower. But first of all, this is bandages, and it's your survival skill. Like, that's awful. You have faith it'll get there? I mean, I've got faith it'll eventually get there, but some of this stuff is just like, what the heck? Do which have you said many times? Just have a little more QC. Yeah. How do you feel about the aggro for tanks in this game? I mean, aggro for Fighter and Shadow Knight is okay, but that's because they're high DPS classes. I would prefer them to lower the DPS, but give them more threat-generating abilities. So hopefully when we actually get these class updates coming in, we start seeing some of that. You know, just having abilities that gain threat rather than your threat is from DPS. That was a terrible idea and should have never been in the game that way. Because then basically your tank classes have to do as much DPS as your DPS classes, or actually more DPS than your DPS classes if you want them to maintain. The only thing, so like they could do it to where fighter DPS is equal to like rogue DPS, but rogues have the ability to lower their aggro. They could do it that way as well, and then that's how they're going to do more DPS, is like have them lower their aggro, then give them more DPS, then lower their aggro. But I much prefer a mixture of those two things where tanks are actually doing threat-generating abilities. Which right now, we do have them, like Rend, for example. It gives you an additional amount of threat here every time you use it, but it's only 300 threat at level 60. That's 300 damage. So let's say a wizard nukes for 2,000 damage. You know, it's very little compared to. So I would like to see like our DPS come down and threat generation come up. AoE taunt is terrible. It's not, the AoE taunt is not made, taunt in general is not made for threat in this game. Like when you use taunt, it taunts and draws their attention. It used to actually gain threat. It does not gain threat. So it just moves you from whatever position to the number one position. That's it. So the AoE taunt is completely worthless because you could use it, taunt everything, and then one heal, and it's all off of you and on the healer again. So it's a completely worthless skill. And if you have multiple mobs that you taunted on you, you're going to need a heal. Like, it's inevitable. You're going to need a heal. So I would like to see more threat-generating abilities. Like, get rid of Frenzy. We don't need Frenzy. This is straight up a DPS ability. Don't need it. Give me another threat generator. Add in maybe threat generation to the armor break. Like this should have bonus threat on it. Get rid of the ability to crit on fighters. Get rid of the ability to triple attack on fighters. We don't need those. We need threat generating abilities. Their DPS shouldn't be their main way to hold threat. Just shouldn't be. 13 Paladin, threat control was okay. Did have a Ranger snipe aggro for me a few times. I start healing myself for extra threat. Yeah, you have to, on a Paladin right now, because their DPS is low, you have to actually do heals as well as DPS to maintain threat. It's really annoying. Why no shield? Dual wield's better for threat. Main reason. Shields don't mitigate enough damage. And I used my kick there. So yeah, dual wield is just better for damage. It's better for threat. It's better for pretty much everything right now. I do like that these sandstorms don't last super long anymore, though. It's a very nice change. They finally fixed it. Well, it is going on 5 o'clock. My time, anyway. I think I'm going to end the stream there for today. And I'll be back on here tomorrow morning. Probably do a shorter stream tomorrow morning, though. I'm going to get on around 9 a.m. I'll have to get off by like 2 p.m. though. And then I don't know what my plan is over the weekend. May or may not be able to stream. My birthday's tomorrow, and then we're probably going to be doing some birthday stuff over the weekend. You know, going out to dinner or something. I don't know, family stuff, all that jazz. So yeah, I may or may not be around much, but I'll definitely be on tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. And yeah, we'll hang out for a bit. So thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. It's been fun. It's been awesome. And hopefully I see you all next time. Bye.